I did like hand texting.
Perfect, thank you so much, appreciate that.
We said I, our last.
It is 9:30. Are we ready to go?
Since you guys.
Listo.
Hey.
Good morning, everybody. This is Wednesday, February 4th, and this is a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Present in the room are all three commissioners, a number of staff, and some citizens and participants out on the Zoom. Welcome, everybody. We'll open our meeting with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you, everybody. We are lucky to be here. We're on to a review of our agenda. Commissioners, do we have any changes there to suggest?
For me.
Excellent. We will move swiftly then to public comment for items not on the agenda. And I am entertaining hands from the Zoom room. If you would care to speak, please raise your hand. That is under reactions down there in the very middle. It's got a heart on it. And if you don't care to speak, then we will keep rolling and move to the consent agenda, which has a number of items on it. Is there anything that you would care to discuss further?
I just want to thank Jocelyn and also Alex for asking to be reappointed to their boards. They're terrific members and I really appreciate their service. If there's someone else on there, grateful to them too, but I think those are the two. Jocelyn for the planning commission and Alex Thompson for the fair board.
Excellent. Agreed. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries on to administrative matters. And the first item is 7A, which is the consideration of appointing Barbara Youngblood to an alternate position in the San Miguel Historical Commission. Janet may not be able to join us today, but I believe we've all had a chance to read Barbara's application. And most of us probably have met Barbara over the years. Do we have any questions? I don't see Barbara on the Zoom either, but I'm scanning.
Maybe.
She's gonna meet us on March 4th when we're in Norwood.
Oh, thank you, Carmen.
Yeah.
Well, we could have her meet us in March 4th in Norwood as an alternate, or we could defer this decision until she's available in person.
I mean, I'm prepared to appoint her today, and she'd be really great addition to the historical commission, given all of her historical knowledge and work with the Norwood Historical Museum and just being a longtime community member. She is a wealth of knowledge, and I was excited to see her throw her hat in the proverbial ring, as it were. So
Would you care to make a motion?
I would love to. I move to appoint Barbara Youngblood to an alternate position on the San Miguel Historical Commission.
Is there a second?
Enthusiastic second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, how do we vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. Barbara, you are on, and we will see you on the 4th. With that, we are on to item 7B, which is an update with the Tres Rios Field Office. And
Dick just sent me the message that he needed the link again.
okay,
So I'm wondering if maybe we could have Bob Rose do his first and I'll send Derek the link.
That makes sense. The only question I have, and this might be for you, Bob, is if Derek, the BLM Tres Rios field manager, isn't listening to your presentation, will he have to hear it again because we need him to act as well?
It's okay with me.
All right, well then let's start. Derek's pretty quick. He's gonna jump on and he'll catch the gist, and I hope that he'll be able to understand where we want to go.
I'm certainly prepared to just talk with him personally.
Okay, in that case, the floor is yours under item 7C, which is a consideration of a letter of support for the dark sky advocates applying for the International Dark Sky Reserve status for San Miguel County. Bob Grothman from the Norwood Dark Sky Advocacy Group is here with us in person. Welcome, Bob. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Being
Scott,
the,
would you be able to help him share the screen?
okay, well, technical difficulties.
No problem, that happens.
You have to minimize it.
Maybe if Derek's,
You want me to?
yeah,
Carmen is coming. The cavalry is on.
no, I was gonna see if Derek was ready, then he could jump on.
Don't see Derek yet. You do have,
No, I just sent him the link.
you do have Rachel Schwala, but I doubt that she can speak for Derek.
Where's,
No.
Here we go.
There we go.
It's working.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
I can't see it with the sun's in the.
That's not the presenter you. Had some notes. Hold on, we're still having technical difficulties.
You're really close.
Okay.
You should be good.
I think the new challenge is getting to the proper slide.
Yeah,
Let's see it in presenter.
yeah.
Go from the beginning.
That's what we just did.
And then you should be able to just do this. Back and forth. So as you switch.
I get to see my notes. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
I might be a little. Previous reading.
That's good. That's. I think, okay, I mean, is this okay? Can people see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then, so you get to see my notes. Yeah. Well, let me just say that I'm Bob Grossman. I was the former president of the Western Slope Dark Sky Coalition. It's an umbrella group that supports dark sky applications and helps maintain it and keeps an eye on dark sky over a region that is mainly right now San Miguel and Montrose County and the counties that are contiguous to it. We have been in business for about 4 years now. I just stepped down in order to be the leader of this group that is making the application. So this presentation is to ask for a letter of support from the county commissioners and have it endorsed by the land managers, the federal and state land managers. The point here is that the letter, as you see it right now in draft form, is a bit long because I'm not trying to impress you. I am trying to impress an international review committee that meets twice a year in the United Kingdom. They're pretty sticky. There are only 23 dark sky reserves in the world, and there are no dark sky counties in the world. We will be number one if we do this. So that's my appeal. And here's my presentation, and you'll see this wonderful snowscape here. And I sure wish we had snow like that today, but we don't. But let me go on with, you know what the appeal is now. But I should explain what a dark sky reserve is. It's a large area of land that is internationally recognized as being committed to preserving the night sky by reducing light pollution. That doesn't mean we're turning the lights out. That means, as we explain in the support letter, we use smart lighting. And smart lighting is you only light where and when you need it for safety, navigation, and pleasure. You turn it down so that it's safe for your eyes. Very bright lights blind you, as you find out on the road often. You use warm colors, 2700K. I've just done a Western Slope Slope Skies piece on why that 2700K, where it came from, the physics behind that. And you put a shade on it. So it is directed downwards, not up or into your bedroom. So the dark sky reserve follows those principles, and it's a core. And around the core is this periphery, which is protects the core. So here is the San Miguel County Dark Sky Reserve. The core is that blue area. That's the Thunder Trails recreational area that was assigned to the Dark Sky Reserve by the U.S. Forest Service. And the rest of the periphery is the rest of the county. So we are trying to impress Dark Sky International. It's a big group that goes all over the globe that is promoting the reduction of light pollution, which has exploded in the last 50 years, so that 80% of the people on the planet live in areas where you cannot see the Milky Way. Aren't we lucky? We step outside and there it is. And often in the summertime, summer Milky Way, you see it before the colors of sunset are gone. Not many places in the world that we can do that. So the land managers wanted to see what the application looked like. And there are 9 sections, and I have a handout. I think I've given it to everyone. This is actually from the Big Bend application, which we're using as a template suggested by Dark Sky International. But you can see that it's pretty complete, and we have a lot of work to do, but we have done a lot of work. So there are only really 2 things so far that we need to address. And that is the lighting inventories. We have the county lighting inventory. We have Norwood's lighting inventory. Ophir just doesn't. These are incorporated towns in the county. Ophir has 3 lights, but we're still working with Telluride and Mountain Village to come up with their lighting inventory. I might say that Telluride and Mountain Village have lighting ordinances, and I have compared the lighting ordinances for those 2 towns, to the requirements for a dark sky reserve. And with the exception of signage, they comply. I'm now struggling with Dark Sky International about this signage. Their requirements are very strict. And I'm trying to point out to them that no business on the planet will go along with these restrictions. And we're tussling back and forth on this, with a guy in England on this. But I just wanted to show you that it's a very, very extensive piece of work. And we have a small group in the coalition that is attending to that and helping me out with this. But I want to just focus on the support that San Miguel County, because this goes into the support letter. The support has been extraordinary. It's been consistent. First of all, they listened. When I first broached the idea of a reserve, I showed the commissioners that the entire light regulation was one sentence in a very obscure section of the code called scenic design. They agreed that needed to be revised, and Kay is over here. She was assigned to help me out with this, and she assigned senior planner John Hebner, who worked with me to draft an ordinance or a land use code revision. We then, John and I, worked with Dr. John Barentine, who is the manager of the Dark Sky Places at Dark Sky International. It had changed its name from the International Dark Sky Association, kind of too wordy, to now Dark Sky International, or DSI. And we went through that whole process so that the land use code went from one sentence, as you well know, to a whole section of the land use code. And that was unanimously passed in July in Norwood. Thank you very much for coming over. In July of 2021. We also have support from Heather Whitman. She has supplied maps and GIS information for us. And next to me, Star Jameson has been helpful in various institutional things. And I really appreciate this kind of strong support from the commissions. But a very, very important happened. And that was Chris Holstrom. God bless him, wherever she is right now. There was a point at which we had to come and talk to the Dark Sky International people about the boundaries. We had the core, but now what does the periphery look like? And Chris and I talked about that, and she said, I think we can make the whole county the periphery. So she joined me, just showing you the kind of support I'm getting from you folks. She joined me on a Zoom call to Dark Sky International, and with her golden tongue and a few maps from Heather, she convinced Dark Sky International that the periphery could be the rest of the county. This is precedent setting. Dark Sky International has never done this before, has gone to a county. But I need to explain why we are taking a land use code, which is now legal, and it's a strong legal backbone, and overlaying it with this designation from an international body. It just goes to show that San Miguel County will be committed in the future to reducing light pollution according to their land use code. And this is a strong, strong statement internationally. And it really puts San Miguel County and the major towns of Telluride and Mountain Village on the dark sky map. I'm not going to go any further than that given the last couple of weeks, but I think we need to expand the economies out here, both down basin and here, and then dark sky could be one of the things that y'all could look onto as bringing international recognition to these two towns and the county in general. So I get support, personal support from the commissioners, but we've also had financial support from you folks, from which you're very grateful. We know y'all are budget limited. We are a 501c3, like all the rest of them in this area, struggling. And the financial support that you've given us has helped us greatly, and I think we've got enough money. I better not say this, my president will kill me. But I think we've got enough money to carry this through with what you've given us so far. I should mention, and it's difficult for me to say this, but we're delayed in doing this. This started back in 2020, 2022. Unfortunately, somewhere in there, I got very bad news that I had advanced bladder cancer. That took 2 years out of my life and 2 years out of the progress of what we're doing. But as I say, I'm tan and I'm bad. So, as I said, it's even though we've got all these other things in the application, that support letter from the county, since this will be the first county reserve in the world, as well as the United States, it will also be the first reserve in the state of Colorado and the first reserve on the Western Slope. So we've got a lot riding on this, and we really want to make this thing happen, and y'all are helping us greatly with this. But I just wanted to point out that even though this is fairly long, this letter, it is not for you. It is for this international group. And just saying strong support, just a 2-liner or something like that, is actually to them weak support. So what you have is a draft. And so I've been working with Star, and y'all are all free to comment and edit on this draft. There's no big sharp deadline right now. Probably in a month or two, we'll start getting nervous. But just take your time. Let us know what your thoughts are about the letter. I think the best way, if it's okay with you, Star, to just funnel that through you, and that Star will be the focal point. So if you just funnel your comments, and this also goes for the land managers. They're a part of this team, and we want their comments, and we want them on board. So that's about it, unless you have any questions. Glad to answer anything that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Grossman. Commissioners, do you have questions?
I just had a thought about the letter, which I read, and it's outstanding. It really, brought me up to speed. And I mentioned this to Bob as I was walking in. I wonder if you wanted to add a note about how our major towns within the county are also dark sky compliant and have those regulations in place.
Yes, we can do that. Norwood is a dark sky community.
Great.
Of the incorporated towns. Ophir is applying for a dark sky community. And we wish Telluride and Mountain Village would get on board with that. But at the present time, we can certainly state that their ordinances or land use codes are dark sky compliant. With that exception of the signage thing, which I don't buy at all.
Right.
I'm on their side, by the way. I want that changed at the international level.
Well, and you may mention that about Ophir and Norwood as well, just to show, the unity and all that.
Yeah,
Consistency.
I also might mention, Ann, that Nucla and Natarita have a joint dark sky community designation. So we have Norwood, Ophir. We're going for a county dark sky reserve. This is one of the highest concentrations of dark sky oriented work in the country, much less the state of Colorado. So if we can keep this up and keep this momentum coming, this can be a destination point for people who want to do some stargazing. And we are considering, in the not too distant future, remote telescopes and observatories right here in the county.
I think that would be really neat, and I think the point of economic diversification is really important, especially right at this moment in time in our communities. I've noticed some advertising content coming through the Telluride Tourism Board that is a lot of imagery with stars in the sky. I don't know if you could if I could share my screen just really quickly. I know we're on a tight timeline here, but I just wanted to show that I've noticed
I'll stop the share. There you
in
go.
the
I should.
um. So here, you see this is currently on the Telluride Tourism Board website, and there's an image here of this
Yeah,
individual sitting probably at the mountain village around a fire, with, you know, the night sky in view there. You know, it's a rare sight this day and age, and I think people really, I hear visitors all the time comment on how stunning it is to be able to come here and visit and see the night sky. And it's something to really tout. So I think
The southern sky in summer with Scorpio can't be beat anywhere in the world.
yeah,
So
I think that we are in agreement that we support this and that we'd like to continue our support. We'll need a motion to accept Mr. Grossman's letter and put it through our editing process. And then I think the only thing that remains for us to do is to determine when we place that on a future agenda. As chair, I'll work on that, and Bob, I'll let you know when we'll be actually done with our editing process and go into a formal vote, but I don't foresee any obstacles.
And I invite the federal land managers to get in touch with me, or I'll be in touch with them. But we definitely want them on board. They were on board for the Central Idaho Dark Sky Reserve and for the Big Bend. Both of those had endorsements from their federal and state.
Our Trace Rios field manager, Derek Padilla, has been on the call for quite a few minutes now, and I bet he's heard much of your presentation. So when you contact him, he'll already be prepped. Commissioners, could I get a motion to move forward as I described?
yes.
Thank you.
I move to approve the letter of support for the Norwood Dark Sky Advocates applying for the International Dark Sky Reserve status for San Miguel County.
Great.
did we want to maybe say we support the letter because we don't want to approve it because we haven't edited it yet? Not, I mean, it looked great, but.
That was gonna be
True.
Okay.
Yes. I move to recommend the letter of support for the Norwood Dark Sky Advocates applying for the International Dark Sky Reserve status for San Miguel County.
Does that work? Okay, second.
All those in favor?
Thank
Aye.
you very much.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries. Bob, we're on it. And we have the letter. Commissioner Brown, would you be able to include the language that you suggested, or would you prefer Mr. Grossman to do that?
I don't know that I have all the details that I would need. Could Star and Bob do that?
Great,
Just add a little section about the municipal support
Yeah.
and participation.
great. Star, once you've got that tightened up, please resend, and that will be the version that we'll run through our editing process.
Right. We'll
Excellent.
also need to work with the land managers.
Okay. With that, we're gonna backtrack to item 7B, which is an update with our Trace Rios BLM field office. And Derek Padilla, field manager, is with us. Good morning, Mr. Padilla. Welcome.
Good morning. Yes, my apologies. I thought I was on at 9:40. But at any rate, I won't hold things up and I will move forward. So we had 3 ongoing notices up in San Miguel County. Or actually, we had more than that. 3 different companies doing different levels of exploration there in the area. Thor Industries has completed their exploration activities. They've reclaimed all their sites, and we're currently in the bond release process with them. Another company, Oragrit, has not drilled in their exploration notice areas due to some expired claims, and then also sounds like they had some difficulty in working with the county and getting their permits issued. So those are still pending out there. The Slick Rock notice, which is Highbury and Anfield, was amended in August. It's now valid through August 2027, but there has been no recent activity related to that notice. And then the last one is the State Line notice, which is a company called Phoenix. They've had a rig on site since mid-November and have been working on their exploration activities. Any questions on those?
I have a question about is it Aura Grid having trouble with the county permit? Is that something we want to comment on?
Yeah, I don't know that they've reached out to us for a pre-application meeting. So I'm not sure about their status or their issues.
Okay, and I am not, positive exactly what that is either. So I will get back with our assistant field manager and see if we can get information on what the holdup is on their end, and if we need to get connected, we will do that.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and then Pinion Ridge has not been doing any work out at the Sunday Mine Complex. They're just kind of in maintenance mode at this point in time. And then just mining materials projects or activities, as Dolores County has crushed about 12,500 tons out at the Disappointment Pit. And we've not been provided any information on the Klondike Pit there from you all at this point. So we're not sure if you guys are operating out there or not. And then lastly, American Helium, they submitted a spill remediation plan for 2 locations where they removed some tanks last year. Those plans were approved last week with conditions of approval, and it requires that they do some additional excavation and soil testing prior to us releasing them from the responsibility for those 2 sites there. They've also submitted 8 reclamation plans for wells to be plugged this year. And we plan to have those reviewed and approved by the end of this week, hopefully. They're also waiting on rig availability to plug those wells. It sounds like there's a lot of plugging and abandoning going on throughout the state, as well as in New Mexico. So equipment availability is an issue at this point in time. And that's all I have, unless there's any questions on anything else.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Padilla? Commissioner Brown?
Did our Road and Bridge Department want to update Mr. Padilla on the Klondike Pit?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello, this is Ryan with Road and Bridge. Hey, Derek. Yeah, we so Ashley had sent those reports in November. We sent them to DRMS. We never received anything from BLM. And since Phyllis has been gone, we're still trying to catch up on some of the processes, is because we weren't, aware of who else might have been on that list. But we sent the reports in back in November. But if there's somebody specific, please just reach out to us and give us that, so we can definitely get those in. We'll add that to the list. But yeah, we do those for back in November. Sorry.
All right, no worries. I'll send you the contact information. I don't know if you've worked with Bridget Wade. She's our office geologist, and she would be the person. But I'll send you her contact information.
Okay, I've talked to Bridget before in the past, but yeah. Okay, thank you.
Another question, more general, Mr. Padilla, how, is your office functioning now? I know there was a lot of, kind of uncertainty and so forth earlier in the year regarding funding and staffing and, what's the shakeout on that? In terms of, yeah, did you lose staff? What are things looking like there?
Sure. So we did have two individuals that took the designated I'm forgetting what it's anyways they took the buyout basically. One was in our oil and gas program, and another was out at the Canyons of the Ancients. She was a curator technician. So we were fortunate in that we only lost two people. Many other offices lost quite a bit more. We did have one employee that was impacted by the probationary employee terminations, but he was brought back, and he's exceeded his probationary period time frame, so that won't be an issue any longer. And he was in our range department, so our range department is fully staffed right now. As far as our budget, we still have not received our final budget. It was approved, the Department of Interior budget was approved about 2 weeks ago. So that's starting to trickle down. It actually was a better budget than what was anticipated. So we're pretty happy with that. Yeah, that we were expecting, or we were being told, to expect a 20 to 30% reduction, but it looks like it's going to be about a 6% reduction. So Congress did not, take the president's budget to the full extent that they could have. And I think that's about it.
And when you say, so you lost two people for the buyout, and what is this total size of your staff? Like what's the proportion there?
So we have, with them, we would have had 48 employees. So we have 46 employees.
Derek, that's better news than I anticipated. I hope you feel the same way.
Oh, most definitely. Like I said, a lot of other offices, took a much harder hit with people leaving.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you didn't. Commissioner Gleason, do you have any questions?
I do have one question. If you could just give us a quick rundown on the current status of the wolf reintroduction program. I know there's been some changes, and I just wanted to hear them directly from the office.
Well, that's a Colorado Parks and Wildlife program. So, I do not have any specific details on that.
Rachel Shrala was with us from CPW, but I don't see her anymore in the.
Yeah, exactly. I had seen Rachel on there, so I thought she was still with us.
Unfortunately, I think she had to sign off.
Okay, well, we'll get an update later.
Derek, thank you so much for making time and continuing to do this quarterly connection with us. It's really useful, I think, for us to hear what you're working on, and I appreciate you joining us today.
You're welcome.
All right, back
Ryan's hand up.
Mr. Rigetti with a hand up. Go ahead, Ryan.
Real quick for Derek, I just wanted to, we went back through the emails and we found Bridget's contact, and so yeah, we'll be sending those numbers over right away.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Sorry about that.
No worries. A lot going on.
Always is. All right, commissioners.
Thanks,
with
Derek.
that, thank you, Derek. Enjoy the afternoon. Good luck with that mountain of papers on the desk behind you.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, we are moving on to planning matters. This is item 8A, and we have an interview with both Fletcher Otwell and Benjamin Tribble for the Junior Alternate Planning Commission appointment. Kay Simonson, our planning director, is here to set the stage. Good morning, Kay.
Yes. We currently, and actually ever since Galena moved up, we've had a vacancy on the planning commission. This is an alternate seat. We have a couple of candidates, so at your pleasure, you may appoint.
All right, I think we might start with interviews, and I see both gentlemen are with us. If you'd care to come up, there's 2 microphones here, folks, and 2 chairs. And the microphones are not going to amplify your voice, but they will carry it out into the Zoom room. So if you could speak into it, you don't have to shout, but you do have to be close.
Copy that.
Welcome, both of you.
Good morning.
Commissioners, I know that we've had letters of support in the packet, I'm sorry, letters of application in the packet. And I'm sure we've read them. Do you have any particular questions for either candidate?
I feel like they were quite complete and have a good sense of both candidates. So I really don't.
Excellent. Commissioner Leeson, do you have any particular questions? If not, I'm going to ask you guys to speak, but I'm just curious if there's anything you have.
I don't have anything nitty gritty. I think it makes sense to just have that.
Great.
That some questions might arise from that. And thank you both for willing to serve, truly. I was so pleased to see that there was 2 interested applicants. And yeah, we've been hoping to fill this slot ever since I left the planning commission. So thank you for throwing your hat.
All right. We can either Rochambeau or I can just call on a name. Ben, why don't you open and just tell us a bit about why you'd like the position?
Yeah, for sure. So Ben Tribble, Planner 2 down the street for Telluride. Honestly, just wanted to get plugged into the community at large, especially from a county perspective. My background's in architecture. I got an opportunity through previous interviews, in circa 2024, that I guess I made a good enough impression, and there was a hole here that allowed me to come here. So for me, it's more of a learning opportunity from a county level, as well as just to kind of, I don't think a different perspective, but just another voice and just somewhere to learn. So I was interested. If this doesn't land, or I definitely still want to be part of the community and try to get plugged in where I can. So, yeah.
Great, thank you. Fletcher.
Yes, good morning. My name is Fletcher. I live down valley in the town site of Placerville. Was invited to apply for this, and I am happy to do anything I can to help. I've got a background in a lot of applicable things, I think. Civil engineering on through building my own house down valley and following the land use code pretty closely in planning and land surveying world. And I'm just a helper by nature. I'm eager to be involved in my community, and I'm be honored to serve if it works out. Likewise, certainly no hard feelings if it doesn't pan out.
Thank you both. Commissioners, we have a hard decision in front of us. One of those awkward binary decisions where we just have to make a call. I will say in the past that we have been reluctant to appoint members of the County Planning Commission from the towns proper. And the logic for that is that the commission is dealing with the unincorporated county, and that logic has been unwritten but has been followed over the years. With that, Ben, I am concerned a little bit that your ties to the town of Telluride may make it a little harder for me to support you.
Yeah.
Even though I think you're hugely qualified and would be a great addition.
Totally. If you'd like to, on the record, I would say we could do Rochambeau and I choose rock and you do paper, and then it looks like that. But I totally understand. So yeah, cool. I would gladly, for the record, stand down from that. But yeah, I understand that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's very gracious of you, and it does make this binary decision a bit easier. Commissioners, unless you have a further comment, could I get a motion?
I just wanted to say that was very gracious of you, and also really appreciate your interest. And we do try to work closely with our town partners, and so that is a tempting situation here. The other reason that I would kind of lean towards Fletcher is the fact that we will soon be doing a Down Valley master plan, and we'd like to have really solid representation from that neighborhood during that process. So this is a little bit of a timing issue as well. So
no worries there.
I appreciate that. I would move that we appoint Fletcher Otwell to the junior alternate planning commission as the junior alternate planning commission member.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I as well. Motion carries. Fletcher, welcome aboard. Ben, keep your eyes open.
Yeah, for
We're
sure.
gonna be
Congratulations.
sending you actions.
Yeah, and Ben, welcome.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm sure I'll see you guys around. My wife is actually on the open space, so I've watched a little bit of, you know, the inside here. It's exciting to be here in person, so. Yeah.
Well,
More to
please don't
come.
be a stranger.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I just want to shake your man's hands. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you, Ben. Yeah. Thanks, Fletcher.
My pleasure.
Welcome
Thank you.
aboard.
Yes,
Lucky
thank
to
you.
have you.
Yes, likewise.
You're about to get a really large packet.
Start reading.
Good.
Yeah, our first meeting is next Thursday, so I'll get in touch with you about trying to do an orientation ahead of that.
Okay, sounds great. Love that.
I think you'll find that Fletcher does it some.
What's the time?
Onward.
Usually right at the last minute.
Thank you both.
We
Thank you.
are on item 8B, and that is a public hearing. We're a few minutes late. You can work with it. This is a consideration of an amendment to San Miguel County Land Use Code Section 5-3001 regarding short-term rentals. Kay Simonson and Nicola are both here. I'm not sure who cares to speak first. Nicola Kerr, good morning.
Nicola is handling this one.
Great.
Morning, commissioners. Wait for my PowerPoint. There we go. Cool. Today we have a land use code amendment in front of you. This is a pretty straightforward amendment, sort of housekeeping regarding our short-term rental section 5-3001. So this amendment was initiated by county staff. For a while, we've been asking short-term rental applicants to obtain a Colorado sales tax license so that they can remit taxes back to the county. Due to the rise of Airbnb and VRBO, other platforms such as that, most people are not handling their own advertising and, you know, processing of various rentals. So Airbnb and VRBO are getting their own Colorado sales tax license and remitting taxes on behalf of the homeowners. For a while, it was our practice to still ask homeowners to obtain one in case they stopped using those websites to advertise. But at this point, we're seeing very few people actually advertising these on their own. And we recently received an email from the Colorado Department of Revenue asking one of our applicants, hey, could you please actually close out this sales tax license account if you're not going to be using it? So we kind of ended up getting a little pushback from the Colorado Department of Revenue not wanting all these open sales tax license accounts. So in response to that, we initiated this land use code amendment stating that if you are exclusively using one of these platforms and they are remitting taxes on your behalf, then you do not need a Colorado sales tax license. Now, if you have your own website and you're super savvy and you're doing your own advertising, you would still need a Colorado sales tax license, but this just is eliminating the requirement across the board for that. And so the Planning Commission did unanimously recommend approval of this or amendment to you all at their December meeting. And public notice of this was published in the Telluride Times and in the Norwood Post. And I did go ahead and send out an email letting all of our short-term rental applicants who have gotten applications with us in the past know that this change was coming, and nobody seemed to have any obligations, unsurprisingly. And this was referred to all the towns in the county, as well as attorney, county manager, deputy county manager, our county treasurer, and county finance director. And no one had anything to say in opposition to the amendment. And then the review standards, just stating that this can be initiated by a member of the public or by a member of county staff, and that the amendment should be consistent with the rest of the code style and format, and that it is consistent with the policies of the land use code, and really just amending this from time to time as things change in the world. And then here is your sample motion. And let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
I do not.
No, that's very straightforward for your presentation.
Yeah.
Let's get a motion on.
All right, I move to approve.
Kay's got her hand
Oh,
up before
It
we.
is, it's a public hearing, so please open and promptly close it.
I've done this once before. I will now open the public hearing, and if there are any comments from the public, now is the time. Looking for hands up in the Zoom room. Giving everybody a moment to fumble with buttons. Making sure that we don't cut off any input on this really housekeeping, as you said, Nicola. Do not see any hands up. I'm going to close public comment, and thank you, Kay. We will now go to a motion.
I move to approve the amendments to the land use code for the purpose of removing the requirement for short-term rental licensees to obtain a Colorado sales tax license from section 5-3001 as presented, and to adopt Board of County Commissioners Resolution 2026-07 based on the finding that the proposed amendment complies with the Land Use Code section 5-1802 Land Use Code amendments and is consistent with Land Use Code section 1-4 purposes of the Land Use Code.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, how do we vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Nicola. Well done.
Thank you,
You made that
Commissioners.
clean and easy. All right, I see that item C, is tabled. I believe that means that the planning staff is still working on that proposal and it will come to us at another time.
Yeah, they're going to change it from a lot line adjustment to a lot line vacation.
Okay,
So once they have that ready, we'll renotice it and bring it back to you.
everyone likes a vacation. All right, that takes us to item 8D. And this is consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2026-6 regarding the appeal of 201 Whipple Way employee housing mitigation. The appeal, there's a lot of appeals in that sentence. Okay, we've got you up as the presenter.
Yeah. So on January 21st, we did have the appeal hearing regarding the employee housing mitigation fee for 201 Whipple Way. At that meeting, you moved to uphold my decision regarding the fee and directed me to prepare a resolution, which is now before you today.
Thank you, Kay. Commissioners, any questions?
No, sir.
None for me, no.
All right, it is time for a motion.
Happy to move that we approve the chair's signature on resolution 2026-06 regarding the appeal 201 Whipple Way employee housing mitigation fee.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. We are in sync today. We are now a little ahead of schedule, which is great. Let's carry on. Item 9A, affordable housing updates. We have a request for a motion in item 9A. This is a consideration of proposals for San Miguel County on-call affordable housing project. Jared Biggs, our deputy county manager, is here to walk us through the proposals, as is Drea. Together.
And I'll go ahead and let Drea take the lead here. She prepared things for this and I'll just provide commentary. So.
All right.
Thanks, Jared. Good morning, Commissioners. Drea Ariza, Housing Specialist, here with an update on the ALM on-call affordable housing RFP located at 686 County Road 63L. You'll find a detailed memo on this project in today's packet, and I'll provide just a high-level overview, and I welcome the board's discussion along the way. So I would like to note that this project's foundations were established prior to my involvement, with early work conducted by Jared Biggs and KEO Studio Works, Jim Keogh, and Noel Weidel, who laid the groundwork before I joined last April. So quick status, since March 2025, KEO Studio Works has been designing 5 affordable units. We've completed geotechnical work as well as rockfall, drainage studies, schematic designs, and cost estimates. We're currently at 30% design development and ready to push ahead to 100%. This RFP is designed to achieve 2 core objectives: accurate cost estimates and value engineering, establishing a final guaranteed maximum price for construction, which is especially beneficial for complex projects with site-specific features such as retaining wall, drainage, rockfall, and mobilization space. We plan to hire a construction manager or general contractor for the 2 phases. So phase 1 is pre-construction, which is the cost estimating, value engineering, scheduling. The pre-construction phase operates within the administrative approval threshold outlined in the county administrative policy manual, allowing the county manager to authorize that scope. Phase 2 for construction, the guaranteed maximum price based, which is optional and subject to the VOC approval, which would occur at a future date. So key benefits for this approach: it's ideal for sites with challenges such as the retaining wall, drainage, and the mobile limited space for mobilization. It promotes cost control for early savings, plus the guaranteed maximum price caps for budget risk. Constructability, flagging issues early on, minimizing change orders later. Collaboration, we continue working with our partner KEO Studio Works engineers for seamless design and construction. It offers decision flexibility for the county to accept the guaranteed maximum price or to negotiate adjustments, as well as pausing on the process as needed. Overall, this approach offers better value, predictability, and project success compared with traditional design, bid, build. So just an overview on our RFP timeline. That was published December 10th, 2025. Proposals were due January 23rd. Interviews were held January 30th. Contract is tentatively slated for February 12th with a tentative project kickoff for February 19th. So next I'll cover the RFP proposals and interview results, our recommendation and proposed motion. Before I do so, does anybody have any questions? Great. So we received 4 proposals with competitive pricing. Of those 4 firms, 2 are from Colorado. 1 was from Arizona. The other was from Utah, all with experience working in Colorado. The review committee consisted of myself, Jared Biggs, Jim and Noel from KEO Studio Works. Price ranged across all firms in the following categories: pre-construction, $32,000, upwards of $46,000. Construction, $1.9 million, upwards of $2 million. Total project costs ranging, once again, 2.4 on the low end, upwards of 2.5. So average cost per unit, and this is based on the top 2 firms that we were interviewed, is around $499,000 to $508,000 per unit. Construction duration, this range across all 4 firms from 8 to 12 months. Interview highlights. So we covered team qualifications, relevant experience, value engineering, cost savings, modular versus built construction, as well as looking at cost, schedule, risk analysis, the design team coordination into construction, and Colorado-based operations was also very important to us. So the top 2 firms that we interviewed, the first one was ProSet Construction. They are a local firm. They also have an office in Montrose. They brought knowledge and precision, or knowledge and presence. They demonstrated strong familiarity with San Miguel County conditions, permitting, and local subcontractor market. Site cost and value engineering focus. They emphasize management of site-related costs, particularly grading and retaining walls, as the primary drivers of the overall project cost. Presented alternatives for the retaining strategies and the value engineering approaches. construction method perspective. Also included looking at the modular construction and providing estimates for that as well as conventional build. The second firm was Farrington Construction Management. They are based out of Littleton, Colorado.
What were they called?
Farrington.
Farrington.
Yes. Well, they're based in Colorado. Their construction method was unique. They advocated for modular construction as a first step to establish baseline pricing with comparison to stick build as well. They have the ability for self-performance capability, and they indicated willingness to self-perform work as needed to maintain the schedule and project viability. Resources, if needed, they can be pulled from the Denver region as a potential plus. Well, both firms are capable. We believe ProSet Construction has local knowledge and site-specific strategies, leading to our recommendation for the selection of this firm. So staff is requesting that the board authorize for the staff to proceed with negotiations on the Ilium Construction Manager General Contractor RFP. If approved today, staff would issue a notice of intent to award, negotiate the contract, once again into those two phases, pre-construction, which is that administrative approval, and then phase two, which is construction, that the BOCC would approve for a future consent agenda item. Once negotiations are complete, staff will keep the BOCC informed throughout the process, notify you as we approach that 100% completion of the construction documents, so you can make a decision on how to proceed. That concludes my high-level overview of the memo in today's packet and staff strategy for the RFP on this project. So happy to take any questions, welcome comments that you might have.
Thank you, Drea. Questions or comments, commissioners?
Where did ProSet land with their total project cost?
Yeah, I would let you know the overall total cost. And again, right now, these are estimates. As Drea mentioned, the key part of this process of kind of engaging the contractor at 30% is so they could kind of tell us, hey, you see how you designed this? Like, that's expensive, and we can maybe cut that out or change that in a way. But based on kind of our preliminary numbers, their value was totaled $539,693, which equates to $1,016 a square foot, or $507,939 per unit for the 5 units.
Tell them how you're gonna value engineer.
And Drea kind of insinuated this in a couple pieces. What we really want to do is we're going to be asking these firms, when we engage with one of them, to, again, tell us what parts of the design we may be able to change. We're going to talk a lot about what the value of modular construction might be, particularly on such a small project. With something of 2,500 square foot, the economies of scale you usually get from modular construction are a little less valuable, right? And so those are some of the things we'll be talking about. And ultimately, one of the things that ProSet in particular identified is, our site constraints. You all have been out to that site. It's on the side of a hill, and building on the side of a hill means a lot of civil work. And they had identified, just kind of off the cuff, they're like, well, we might be able to look at changing an electrical line and eliminate or reduce the size of a retaining wall, right? So those are the kind of ideas we'll be bouncing around to see, does it make financial sense, or are there other alternatives? So that would be the exercise. And then once we get to the end of that value engineering exercise, as it's called, that's where we would bring kind of the total package at 100% construction drawings back to the board and say, all right, I'm hoping that number gets us south of $1,000 a square foot, right? Maybe far south of $1,000 a square foot, but I also want to be realistic about construction pricing in our community. You all recall that our housing mitigation fee has a linkage to the price of construction within our community. And that recently, in a couple of years ago, went up to 927 approximately dollars per square foot. So, our numbers aren't far off of what we've already seen in the private market. So I wanted to bring this to the board, and Drea and I've been talking a lot about it. We just want to make sure and do a temp check and say, we're talking about approximately $2.5 million for these units. Are we still good to go and keep proceeding on this project?
Commissioner Brown, thumbs up.
Yes, we need housing units moving forward. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get less expensive as time goes on.
Great. Godspeed, Drea. Godspeed, Jared.
So I do have a question though. What is it that we're actually asked to be doing today, just to kind of give you a temperature? Because it looks like there's a motion to do something with the proposal, but we haven't looked at the proposals.
I don't think we actually have to take consideration of the proposals. It is a budgeted expense to do the preliminary engineering exercise. And so I think we as staff have evaluated the proposals, made our suggestion, unless you had some really significant reason not to proceed, I think we're going to proceed down that path with negotiations. So I don't think we need a formal action, but we wanted to, again, get a sense of everyone's comfort with proceeding. So
we're comfortable.
Yep.
Good.
Thank you, Jared.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your work on that. Good to see it moving along.
Oh, I have another question unrelated to this particular project. I think we normally get a monthly update or something. Have we had that recently? Just on the general projects?
We didn't for January. It is coming, not next week, but the week after.
Thank you.
Linnea Edwards is here with us. Good morning, Linnea.
She's still living and breathing. That's a good sign. Good morning.
So item 10 on our agenda, and the first is item 10A, which is all the things that we do monthly with our Health and Human Services Director. And we will start with the consideration of the chair's signature on the balance sheet for November 2025, and etc., as listed on the agenda.
There's nothing really significant to point out in our financials this month. Just continuing to report them to you all, so you have kind of an idea of where we're sitting. I think there's bigger things in front of us and that will affect our financials as we move forward, but right now we're still kind of business as usual.
Well, in that case, why don't we go ahead and approve, or at least make a motion, if I can get one to approve, and then we'll talk about the big things.
Yes, I move to approve the balance sheet from November 2025, the earned revenue and expenditures, November 2025, expenditures through electronic benefit transfers, December 2025, check register for the month of December 2025, county allocation MOE report, November 2025, and the Human Services caseloads report.
I am in favor of that, but I realized that we didn't get to talk about the caseload and all that kind of thing.
Oh,
and I should have mentioned that before, sorry.
Why don't you second, and then we'll have discussion.
Oh, second.
Discussion. Here we go.
I'm just looking at it now, Linnea, and I see we now have 6 people on the childcare wait list. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so we had some movement in our wait list, and so we were at some cases, some families were able to drop, not were able, but had dropped off that 33. That is our
That's our max.
That's our
33.
max
Okay.
without the exceptions. So we've got some
Right.
exceptions, right? If they're transferred from another county, would be one of those exceptions. And then we were able to bring some clients onto the CCAP. And yes, our waitlist has increased, but I believe these numbers, when I spoke with Alex, these specific numbers are showing we will see the shift in our next caseload. So you'll see those in February, and it should be back to 3 and 33. So 3 of those 6 will come in, and we should only have 3 on our wait list as of February. But that transition's still happening in our system as kids are phasing off and kids are coming on.
Okay, and the reason that it was on my mind, obviously it's always on our minds, but I understand that ECAP has approved a sort of emergency program, $100,000 for childcare tuition assistance, as well as $100,000 for the facilities. And I'm just wondering if that would help with the wait list at all.
If so the decision has been if families are qualifying for CCAP, they cannot qualify for ECAP.
Right, okay.
So that's where kind of that piece is, those families that have fallen off of our CCAP because of income or age or whatever, and they may have a kid that still qualifies to be in preschool or childcare, they could go apply for those ECAP funds if they're not qualifying for CCAP.
But we've got, say now we have 3 people on the wait list, not 6, right? Because this is December's numbers, but those 3 families qualify for ECAP, but we don't have space for them. So would it make sense to shift them over to ECAP so those kids can get into school?
So my understanding from ECAP is that they cannot utilize ECAP funding if they qualify for CCAP.
And that's a policy, or that's a part of our ballot measure that set up ECAP?
I don't have a great understanding of the ECAP pieces.
ECAP is just the county program, right?
But that it would be, in a sense, utilizing 2 funds because they're qualified for CCAP even though there's a wait list.
But
Kalina, as our ECAP member, either has some insight or may be wanting to take this back to the ECAP or discuss.
I'm gonna take it back to the board and figure out that kind of gray area, because you're right. I mean, if there's children who are on the wait list and their families are qualifying for CCAP, then they're in a financial position technically where they would definitely qualify for ECAP. But I'm gonna bring it back to the board and ask why that line has been drawn in the sand and those children couldn't bump over to ECAP.
even just temporarily.
Yeah, I was
until they
gonna say
get off the wait list.
I know that these funds were released as kind of emergency funds based on the economic situation with this ski area shutting down, and just to, help families who were in financial distress during these times. And so that's what those funds were dedicated to. But I'm gonna need to get an answer. I don't want to misspeak as to why that policy exists and where that struggle is, or where the complications would be to bring those 3 kids over to utilize those funds.
And it's not a policy in the CCAP world.
Right.
Like they could be getting funding from ECAP. I believe it is an ECAP.
Well, and it might have been set up as a policy before we had the wait list, and just needs to be revisited. It makes me super distressed to think about those 3 kids sitting there needing childcare, and these are our most needy families if they qualify for CCAP. And we have ECAP funds generally and additional emergency funds. So I feel like we should figure out how to get these kids onto ECAP until the spots open up on CCAP. That would be my earnest hope, fervent hope.
I think that Kalina understands your hope and shares it, and she'll get cracking. Mr. Biggs, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I was conjecturing the same thing. These ECAP policies were crafted before there was a wait list, right? So I think, in that black and white world, if you qualify for CCAP, you were on CCAP. when you qualified for ECAP, you were not qualified for CCAP. Now, since we have initiated a waitlist process due to other needs, it kind of opened a hole where some of these families could fall into this. And it may be something where, at least on a temporary basis, or as long as the county is on a waitlist program, maybe that can be amended. That ECAP policy can be amended to allow those kind of flexible finances. So,
Agreed. Excellent.
It's very timely. I have some meetings tomorrow with, with Strong Start. So I'll bring this up then.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Any other questions regarding the monthly reports? If not, we do have a motion on the floor. No, see any other questions? So how do we vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, motion carries. On to item 10B, which is an update on the districting and potential federal funding freeze.
Yeah, so I'd like to do federal funding freeze first before we kind of dive into districting. So in regards to federal funding freeze, those programs were, we received letters on January 6th to include TANF, CCAP, and social services block grant, which could affect adult protective services and child welfare. As of not last Friday, but the Friday before, we received an extension of the temporary restraining order from the federal court, saying that we still had that we didn't have to freeze yet. So they're still reviewing that. We are awaiting a written motion or a written order from that court to either confirm our motion that the federal funding freeze is unconstitutional or not. We have yet to receive that. However, all information from the state has kind of said that it will most likely go our way, and the other 4 states that are in that motion together with us. And so we're just awaiting that final order. And then that would allow us not to freeze any of that funding. We have been requested by the state to send a letter to our recipients of CCAP specifically, letting them know when the potential end of funding could take place if that order is not in our favor. And so the state has funding for CCAP, social services block grant, and TANF through February 28th. I have spoken with both Mike and Jared to discuss what could happen when. And so in our letter we sent to our recipients of CCAP, we let them know that the county is committed to not having a cliff effect on CCAP if the freeze were to take place after February 28th, which helps hopefully our providers understand that we're not gonna cliff their CCAP clients and those families that depend on that CCAP. And so we're going to continue to communicate with those families as we understand what the federal funding looks like. And then I will work with Mike and Jared to make sure that those CCAP families stay on CCAP until that freeze is lifted, if it goes into effect.
And when you say the county's committed to no cliff effect, have we made that decision for CCAP, TANF, and SSB? And
Specifically, we made that decision for CCAP.
okay,
Mhm.
okay. And what is that? Just understanding what is the financial ramifications if we had to pick that up? How much would that cost us?
Yeah, so it's anywhere between 20 and 30,000 a month that we
Okay.
spend in CCAP, both in administration and client direct services.
Okay. So we've only sort of made that commitment to CCAP, not that we wouldn't consider the others, but before we do, I'd like to know a little more about how much they cost.
Yeah, in our TANF program, we have
like 3 people, right?
Yeah, 3
Yeah.
families. It's not a significant amount of monthly output from us.
Yeah.
And so we'll kind of see if we cross that. We feel like the CCAP freeze is going to affect more people than our TANF freeze.
Yeah. Thanks for that reminder.
The other thing that there is this pending kind of SNAP funding situation that is separate from this specific 3 letters we received on January 6th. We did get information. The Colorado Attorney General did file a motion to allow some extension to requests made in December of 5 different counties that ultimately would affect the state if those requirements were not followed through. We did get a temporary restraining order on that as well. So as of right now, the SNAP is not pending a freeze today. I feel like we kind of just go day by day right now. But today that is the information. SNAP is not pending that freeze. Some of the requirements of those 5 counties were to use the word ridiculous. They were asked to recertify 100,000 households across those 5 counties in 30 days, which is it's an unreasonable ask for a county to do. So that's part of that motion. We'll hopefully see final orders on that at some point.
The world has been topsy-turvy now for months. I'm sorry.
Well,
You're doing a great job of keeping your balance.
trying to.
Yeah.
I have a question. The Attorney General, did he ask for an extension on that audit, or did he ask for it to be just discarded?
They asked for it to be discarded.
Okay. Good.
Unless there's more about potential funding freezes, maybe we go back to districting.
So currently we are still kind of moving forward, we are moving forward in conversations around districting and hubs and shared services. There has been a group put together by a commissioner out of La Plata County to have that level of understanding from the commissioners. They are discussing this at CCI. Commissioner Brown is part of that group. I will sit on that group as not just for your San Miguel County, but I'll be the Uray County representative on that group. And so just trying to keep the commissioners up to date on the legislative process and that they're a part of those decision-making pieces. In the director's side, we are moving forward with lots of planning. So in regards to the shared services, so the shared services would be scanning a tier 1 call center, fraud, and potentially quality assurance. However, that's on the table to possibly go into the districts. That is moving forward. RFPs for those shared services were to come out Monday. We have yet to see them. And so the county would be able to request or bid to have that within their county. There will be 1 of each of those services in the state. And that seems to be priority right now, even though in our year-long schedule of weekly meetings, there is districting conversation taking place, but because the RFPs are due, that has been priority the last couple weeks. There's a lot of questions around shared services and how that's going to work and who's going to answer it and where it's going to go, and trying to sort those out. We are not we're getting bits and pieces of information in that every week, not a whole kind of picture of it. So the Directors Association is trying to pull that out of the state. Like, we need information before we walk into those meetings.
I have a logistical question on that. Just how are they gauging the volume that is going to necessitate? Like, is our counties weighing in on the volume they have historically received and able to give that input? I'm just picturing like the tier 1 call center and what that might look like for services for residents.
Yeah, so the tier 1 call center specifically, the state anticipates 251 call center employees that would be answering calls, with about not quite 40 supervisor, managerial, admin within that. They see the requirement for all of those RFPs is that there must be remote allowed. And so those call center employees could be here in San Miguel County. They could be in Larimer County. And the way they see that is that the call will go into the tier 1 call center, If the question can be answered by that technician in the call center, whom they're saying would be able to also do some small processing within CBMS, it would be answered, it would be fulfilled, it would be done. Moving on. If it can't, it would move to what they're saying is a call 2 or tier 2 call center. They're saying that would be housed within the hub in districts. And then possibly if it can't be answered at a tier 2, then it would go to the direct worker. I think the directors see a lot of complication with this, see a lot of wait time. I'm not sure HICPUF they believe the wait time will be less in getting things handled. The shared services are a HICPUF priority, and their legislative matter going through right now. And so we did get information yesterday that the non-negotiable is the amount of employees on the ground. So that 251 is a non-negotiable number from the county that gets the bid for the call center. And then, so all of the ground level employees in fraud, in call center and in scanning, that is a non-negotiable number.
250 employees to do all that work for the state. They've already set.
Specific only to the call center is the 251. And why that number is really big in my head is because it's a really big number of employees for a county to pick up. And we're not sure how those RFPs look as of right now. And so each county that wants to make that bid can put in a bid. There's a bunch of parameters. We assume that our big 11 counties who already have some call centers will put some of those bids in. And then HICPUF alone has the decision of who wins that bid.
I have a question. You said, so the calls go into the tier 1 center, then they go to the hub, then the direct worker. Is the direct worker physically located in the county? Is that the idea?
That would be my hope.
Okay. So what is the direct worker? I don't know that I've heard that term.
Yeah, so like the actual eligibility technician that did the determination on that one case.
Okay.
Would be, so here in San Miguel County, if I received a phone call saying, hey, I need to talk to Amy Eford, it's one of our technicians, I would then send the call to her because she processed that case. And she could answer the direct questions about why or what happened within that case to answer the question.
But some of the eligibility determination will be happening at the hub, right?
Yes.
It's just if there's a complicated or they need extra support or something, that's when the county, okay.
And I would say that our long-term care, which is our most complicated eligibility program, is what we're concerned about. Having that worker that's working that case answer those questions. It's the most complicated case that we do is those long-term care cases. And so we, meaning the directors, would hope that that's where the answers would be happening is with the worker that's worked that case. Instead of something in a tier 1 or even a tier 2.
Okay. And one other question so far. I don't understand why scanning services would be centralized, because when I think of scanning services, I think of physical pieces of paper that are located in a place. Are we going to ship those to okay?
No, what they're anticipating is that anything that comes through Peak, Colorado would be done and processed and entered into whatever system the state decides we're going to be using, and also any mail will go to the scanning county. Anything that walks into the office will be scanned and indexed in that office.
Okay.
Hence the kind of what we're feeling as a non-negotiable in the districting, having at least one quote unquote front desk person that's able to do that work in each county.
Okay, I was on a CCI call that I was going to mention to, during my commissioner updates, but there was a specific conversation about this. I don't think this is news, but I'll just mention it and then you can fill in. Evidently, CCI is working with a number of, I guess, commissioners and also human services directors on a counter proposal to the HICPUF reorganization or the whole reorganization, and they felt like they were making some ground. That's all I got. Does
So
that
that-
make sense?
Yeah, so that proposal that happened in the last week. The directors got together, worked really hard, this group of directors, long hours putting in a counter proposal to the state. Addressing some of our concerns, our understanding that things have to change.
Yeah.
You know, there's just not a choice, things have to change, but maybe not in the way the state is proposing. I think there were a lot of things that were proposed in that. It's not a finalized document yet, so they're still working on it, but there were a lot of things proposed in that felt tangible, including, you know, let the relationships with the neighbor counties work the way they've always worked, because we do work well together for the most part, and we do rely on each other to do the work, and finding the expert in a county that could do one thing specifically. I'm thinking of our child support, which is not in this districting conversation, but our child support here in San Miguel County is done by Montrose County through an RFP. And so those kind of things, letting us naturally find the places that we work the best together instead of forcing this districting proposal. The thing that was not addressed that could show concern, in my opinion, is some of that cost reduction pieces. I think they're thinking naturally there would be some cost reduction in their proposal if we do this. And then some information from our kind of from the lobbyists would be that we really have to talk about one centralized person regionally that the state has contact with. Is it one county? And I think that's the sticking point for the state. Instead of having 64 directors that they're doing every 64 directors doing everything, it would be specifically in the districting 11 direct contacts between the state and the counties. So they're trying to reduce that workload. So there's not 64. So I think that's one thing that was brought back to think about.
And do the human services directors like that, or they want to have their own relationships with the state? I mean, I'm guessing. but-
Yeah, I think it's complicated. I
Yeah.
think then is that one director, which is the same conversation we're having in the districting conversation. So is there one director that's overseeing the hub, or that one director that's the point of contact if they utilize the director's proposal? Then are they calling me as the director of San Miguel County and saying, hey, by the way, this needs to be fixed, this needs to be fixed. So where is the kind of hierarchy in that? And is it technically fair for another director to feel like they have to oversee what another county director is doing when really it's the state's job?
So many questions, some of which will be answered organically and some of which we'll have to push on.
Yeah. I think that the tone that we get from the state is this train is going forward and it's gonna be real hard to stop. I think we're concerned we don't have the votes on the side to say that districting shouldn't go through, but I do think there is some wiggle room around how a little bit, at least at that legislative side, that there may be some interest in hearing some other thoughts, which is why the directors put together a different proposal to try to fix some things. And I think the frustrating piece is just, we want all the information. Just give us everything that you've done, everything you've decided, so that we can help come back with an idea. And it's just not the direction that the state is taking.
Well, thank you, Linnea. I know you are in the middle of that, and Commissioner Brown, I appreciate you joining in the fray.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Brown. It's helpful to have that level. I think that's necessary. If I can feed information that I'm hearing, but then to have that kind of level from but from like the CCI or commissioner level that is in that legislative side more than we are. So I appreciate the support and help in that.
Yeah, just keep in touch with anything else I need to know, or any kind of ways that I can support you, and yeah, all that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right, I think we've closed that conversation.
For today.
For this minute.
I'll let you know in the next 10 minutes. Thank you all.
Thank you. Commissioners, we are at a natural recess point before we embark on manager matters. I'd suggest a 5-minute break. All right?
Sounds great.
Okay. Peace out. We'll be back at 5. All right, we are back in session and we are on to item number 11, manager matters. With Mike Bordonia. And the first item is 11A, consideration of the chair's signature on resolution 2026-09, revising section 5.1, transportation, lodging, meals, beverages, and per diem in the San Miguel County Administrative Act. Ramona is with us as well. Good morning, Ramona. And I don't know which of you is going to take the lead.
Ramona, I can or you can. Would you like to start and I will add on? While she's unmuting, this is a cleanup resolution and clarification of existing policies that exist in our administrative policy manual. As a side note, in the future, we would like to merge our personnel handbook and administrative manuals because they both have separate policies that govern how employees act on behalf of the county. And we'd like to consolidate those into one document. But for now, we're just wishing to amend our existing policy as it relates to travel and per diem, as we've encountered numerous situations over the past several years where there is ambiguity and it leads to differential treatment of employees, which we do not want. So Ramona had done the heavy lifting. I threw in some ideas and comments in here, but Ramona, would you like to take it away or no? We'll give her 5 seconds.
Ramona don't care.
Okay.
Mike is it.
Okay, very good. So in Exhibit A, you see the clarifications, and these are that we want, and we've reviewed this at the director and elected official Monday morning meeting and sought comments, questions, feedback. First off, it clarifies that you have some different options as it relates to travel reimbursements, which are specified further in the policy. Receipts must be received within 10 days from travel or trainings for timely remittance. That mileage will continue to be reimbursed at the IRS mileage rate should an employee take their own vehicle, but we would like employees to carpool, use public transportation, or use county-owned vehicles, of which we now have several. And with a simple heads up to our Carmen or our fleet facilities team, we can make sure that a county vehicle is available to take on county business. I did, this was one of my ones, is that I felt that our current IRS reimbursement rate of 72.5 cents per mile is quite high. And I specified that if a county-owned vehicle is available and an employee still chooses to take their own personal vehicle because they want to do side trips, they want to stay longer, etc., that it would be reimbursed at half that rate. And so just to clarify, I used the example of Commissioner Waring in my trip to the CAS conference in Salida. It was 192 miles, and I hope you'll allow me to bird walk for a moment. It was 192 miles or 384 miles total. At the IRS reimbursement rate, that would have equated to $278.40. Averaging 25 miles to the gallon, it equated for the vehicle we took to 15.36 gallons or $46 approximately in gas cost. So if we reimburse half the rate, an employee would receive a check for $139.20, which is still far more than the cost of gas. That would be to equate for the wear and tear on the vehicle, regular maintenance for that trip. But I still think that is more than fair should an employee choose to take their own vehicle when a county vehicle is available. We continue to say airfare, if it is going to be, our general rule of thumb is if it is going to be cheaper than driving, such as you have a long distance, yeah, even if it's Denver perhaps, but it is more efficient and cheaper to fly there. That is an option. And that we want folks to find competitive fares, and we will only reimburse for business, coach, or economy. Sorry, Commissioner Waring, no first class trips for you.
Surprised we actually reimbursed for the business.
I was too, but again, it goes back to, is it still cheaper than driving? So if you can do it.
Does that part need to be in here?
I think it's
Up to the discretion of the director.
it's to the director or elected official. We have not seen abuse in this during my time with the county. Lodging expenses will be reimbursed at actual cost, and provided that the rate is reasonable for the geographic area. So if you're going to stay in Denver at a hotel, we want you, and you're proposing that, you know, you could only find a $500 room rate. We're going to be asking, what other room rates did you shop? Was it truly necessary? Employees should always request the government rate and have a copy of their tax exempt status, even though it takes a little bit of extra time to process that. We reiterated over and over that this is taxpayer money, and that if it were to be put on the headlines of the newspaper, would taxpayers feel that that was a reasonable expense, is the guide that we ask people to use their discretion on. So in option 1, per diem, which would be in lieu of a meal reimbursement, we have specific meal reimbursements in our policy. It is based on the current GSA allowance for the destination. So GSA has specific geographic areas. Our closest one to us, as an example, is Montrose, and their per diem rate is $136 a day. From the first half of the year, the second half of the year, that goes up to $185 a day. Receipts are not required for meals when a per diem is elected. If an employee does travel a full day, then their per diem would apply for the entire day. If they are doing a half day of travel, then it would be half day or partial, that whatever that proration is of the per diem through GSA rates. We clarified that when meals are provided through a conference, the per diem will be reduced accordingly. So such as sometimes you'll have a conference that will include a lunch or a dinner, but not a breakfast. So you may be able to use the per diem amount for 2 of 3 meals. The next option is meal reimbursement. Employees who elect not to use the per diem may use or request actual reimbursement for actual meal expenses, including reasonable tips with itemized receipts. And it must be authorized by the responsible elected official or department head. And under certain circumstances, it may be appropriate to pay for meals for other individuals when it furthers county business. I think of when Chairman Manuel Hart was here, Commissioner Waring and I took him out to dinner after the presentation to La Cocina and covered the cost of his meal. Obviously, still no alcoholic beverages are reimbursable, and we clarified that incidental snacks and beverages are not reimbursable under the per diem or direct meal reimbursement. Do you have any questions about this policy, other than potentially when we look at it again, clarifying the cost difference of flights and perhaps eliminating business in there? Or simply saying whichever one is cheaper, you know.
I don't need to do that. I did find one typo.
Oh no, where?
The second page, I think it's a typo. In bold, no per diem will be paid for meals that are not fully provided at no additional cost to the employee. Yeah.
No per diem will be paid for meals that are fully provided as no at
no additional cost.
should be at, not as. So we can make that amendment. Should the board adopt this, we can make that an amendment. Yeah, no, thank you. Scriveners, yes, thank you. What's that? As, the word as in that, in exhibit A, right before option B, where it says no per diem will be paid for meals that are fully provided It should say at, not as.
Says it.
Yours does?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, let's sign your copy. Yeah,
I'll make sure though it's correct on the reso.
fantastic. Thank you.
I just.
Beautiful. If there are no, or any other questions from the commissioners, and I see Ramona has her camera on. Ramona, did you want to add anything?
No, I did not. Thank you. I think you covered it well, and this will help, I think, with some administration of this travel policy. We will be sending out an updated expense reimbursement form with just some clarity on there for full reimbursement versus partial. So we'll get that available to all staff upon the approval of this amendment. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Ramona. That was going to be my question, is how this would be rolled out to staff.
We did disclose it at the directors meeting on Monday. Mike went through it pretty well, so supervisors are aware that this was on the agenda for this week. So we'll just follow up with some messaging that it was approved.
All right, all we have to do is the deed, the approval part. And I'm ready for a motion if you are, commissioners.
I move to approve resolution 2026-09, revising section 5.1, transportation, lodging, meals, beverages, and per diem in the San Miguel County Administrative Manual.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As well. We have a policy, it's updated. Onwards. Item number 12, commissioner updates.
Oh, just a
okay.
few
They're not
brief
even on.
updates.
Excuse me.
Quite all right. So Commissioner Waring and I attended the CAS conference last Wednesday through Friday, and I can give a brief recap of the conference discussions. And I'll save that for the end. The county has begun yoga on Tuesday mornings at 8 a.m. here in the commissioner room, as well as in the sheriff's annex in Norwood. Big thanks to Annika and Megan. I also clarified to all staff that unfortunately that is not compensable time, but there are numerous ways that they can adjust their schedule with their breaks and lunch and or working it before or after to equate for that time so that they do not have to take it without pay. I did allow Annika and Megan as the organizers of those to include their time as compensable because they are doing this on behalf of all other employees. Big thanks to them. Working through job descriptions with HR. One addition is that I've asked Christina to add to all department director job descriptions a duty of monitoring relevant legislation that applies to their department's focus area to advise the Board of Commissioners on, so that we're taking kind of doing it all from everybody, not just whatever Maura or myself or Jared sees and brings to your attention. I met with Roger, the Telluride postmaster, to get an update on his ongoing negotiations in the Placerville post office. And they are at a standstill with the current owners of the post office. There is still time before their contract runs out next year. They have been looking at other locations should they be unsuccessful. They've kind of reached an impasse and they are both working with their legal departments. And I will leave it there for now, but I've told him that, you know, we feel very strongly about the necessity of maintaining a post office in Placerville, and he agrees with that. And if we have to look at other options to provide that service, or for him in the postal service to provide that, we will try and assist to make sure that that essential public service remains. I met with Dennis Hoth, who is a LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit developer. He did a parcel analysis for a deed-restricted apartment building in Norwood. Initially, Mayor Candy Meehan had reached out because of her concern of the 25-year covenant on the Cottonwood Estates homes sunsetting, and the fact that many of those homes will then likely see a significant increase in their ownership and rental prices, a need for affordable rentals in Norwood. Dennis has concluded his analysis and that he feels that the county-owned parcel that is remaining adjacent to Pinion Park, it's approximately 3 acres. And then just to the south of that, the town of Norwood has approximately 3/4 of an acre. He's requested both entities consider providing that land at no cost for the development of a 50-unit apartment building. Upon Commissioner Brown's great idea, I did go back to our housing needs assessment and I forwarded that to them, but specifically looking at the future need projection for deed restricted apartments in the Norwood area, which is a lower number than 50. And I asked him to consider how absorption would happen and what contingencies he might have for that, such as a phased approach. I will bring to you forward if after I hear back from him again, if he has a request to the county to provide that land at no cost. But that's what he's indicated would be necessary to deliver units at 60 AMI or below is the current LIHTC federal funding requirement. We also know that that is a limiting factor for a lot of folks needing housing. But I wanted to let you know that we've continued to have active discussions on that.
Sorry, can you repeat what that acronym LIHTC stands for?
Low income housing tax credit.
Thank you.
And he's going for a 9% credit, which would help with the financing of his development. It would provide tax credits that could be used by his company or sold to raise funds for development of the parcel.
Low income tax credit. Is there an F?
Low income
Housing tax, high. The H is silent.
That was new.
In tech, yes. High,
Got it.
yes. Okay.
I've not to get too in the weeds here.
Yeah.
I have a lot of questions that are
Sure.
evolving with this. Has there been any exploration of kind of like a public-private partnership? I know when you bring the private sector in, sometimes that makes it less affordable, right? But I'm just thinking about maybe creating kind of a diverse housing
He is a
offering.
private housing developer,
He's
so this would technically be a public-private partnership.
Yeah.
If we were to work with them, I also, it is desired by the town that it will be annexed into the town of Norwood. And then because we had a phased annexation, when we did Pinion Park, we only annexed the portion that was developed into the town boundary. Because of the adjacency to the future school site, it does seem like it would be a good location. He also spoke of the need for senior housing.
Yeah.
And that he is interested in finding a way to provide first floor deed restricted housing for seniors on the base floor of this, which might be a really nice addition to the Norwood portfolio so that folks don't have to leave their community as they may be priced out in the future.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going with this, is the need for senior housing and.
He brought it up even before I mentioned it, but it was on my list, so I was really elated to know he was thinking that way.
Yeah, well, it's great.
Did you say the housing needs assessment suggests how many units are needed in Norwood?
My recollection is 22 units over the next 8-year or 10-year period.
Yeah.
But I also don't think that took into concert the reduction of supply.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think looking at historic trends where seniors might be selling their homes and moving away, if they're able to sell their home to a family moving in and then be able to live in an apartment still in their community, adjacent to the library and other services, that could be it.
I heard you correctly, Mike, the ball is in his court.
That's correct.
So sounds like if he gets back to us, we'll have more conversations.
That's correct. And the last thing was, I had a discussion yesterday with Melanie Montoya Wasserman. After attending Telluride Senior Meals, she is still interested in being the overarching nonprofit that would take on this. I know that Marilyn Branch, who's been the organizer, informal organizer of these meals, has indicated to her that she does not need much assistance, but we know that as the needs change, having a nonprofit there, both to organize, we've been doing that through our Human Services Department, organizing who's providing what meals and then writing checks. That is the capacity initially that we would want a nonprofit to act in. And when I say we're just trying to assist. This is not a county-owned program. It's been done by some of our human services staff only because there has not been a nonprofit such as there is through the Fresh Foundation for Norwood Senior Meals or Dolores Senior Center for our Egner residents. But with that, I also had a conversation with Region 10 because we do not have a senior center in Telluride. They said that they wouldn't be able to provide meal funding necessarily because it has to meet USDA guidelines of specific amounts of protein, etc. They have very strict nutritional guidelines. Norwood is doing that, but they said that they could provide between $6,000 and $8,000 a year for the idea of it as a congregating space, and they could support it in that way. So if we're successful in getting that funding, in addition to what the county provides, and a little bit of funding from the Telluride Foundation and potentially Alpamar, both have indicated a willingness to provide some funding. I do see this as very viable to continue senior meals indefinitely and take some of the pressure off of Maryland. So.
I have a question.
yes.
Did Melanie Montoya Wasserman mention how much Tri-County would need in terms of funding to provide that service?
That is our next meeting, and she and I are corresponding. She's gonna be heading out of town this week.
Okay.
But I'm writing together a draft scope of work that they would be doing. Then she's going to bring that to her board and massage that and then come back to us with a number. But when I outlaid what the amount of funding currently, as well as the Region 10 money and a small portion from the foundation and Alpamar, she thought that they would be under that total number of meal costs and their administration. And she does have a new staff member who attended with her that is interested and has some background in overseeing programs like this. And then lastly, going to the CAST conference, there were presentations about addressing the missing middle housing challenges. One of the presenters there was Neil Drobenair, who has been in our area from the NHP Foundation, nonprofit developer. And they talked about how they were able to stack funding through Prop 123 with the concessionary debt program, as well as the Middle Income Housing Authority program, which former Commissioner Cooper heads up, to deliver projects that are able to serve that missing AMI middle section between those that are under the that might earn too much to qualify for traditional lower income housing programs and free market. And they gave several examples. Salida is somewhat of a, I would say, an innovator or a leader in this area. They have numerous housing developments. I know Commissioner Waring got to tour the Fading West factory, construction factory. He and I both got to tour Virotech West, which is they make SIP panels, structurally insulated panel homes, as well as they are now 3D printing homes out of concrete, which we're very excited to learn more about. Commissioner Waring was a little more jazzed about it than I was. Mostly their advantage is time to construction, as well as energy efficiency. They're extremely efficient homes. They can be produced very quickly, but the all-in cost to the final consumer currently is around $750 a square foot. So not super inexpensive or necessarily less expensive than.
But that sounds cheap to us. It's
It
$750
does.
in
It's
Celestia.
$750.
Yeah.
It's a LIDA.
Where
So I,
the normal cost to construct, you said, is like $350 or?
it's between $350 and $500 for stick
Yeah,
built
so
currently.
it's still, yeah. Yeah.
We talked, heard presentations from Eagle County about recovering local property tax revenue and what changes they're trying to make at the state level as it relates to tax abatements and adding in a penalty for people providing false information, because currently there is no penalty. Deliberately delaying, and thus the counties are foregoing that revenue and interest on it. So after and I'll share all these slide decks with you. I don't feel like I can do this justice in a brief update, but it sounded like something we would want to support. To just level the playing field, but for counties who depend on property tax revenue and applicants, because currently it's a little more one-sided on the applicant or person that is protesting their taxes.
We'll hear more about that.
Yeah.
Okay. That hasn't come up in my briefings.
It's just starting to get momentum, but to give a little more color, the way that the current system is set up, if there is an appeal, now we face 12% interest on the amount that's being appealed until it's decided. So it's in the applicant's interest to take 12% benefit rate on their money and extend the process as long as possible. And it's in the county's interest to get it done. And if you've got a system where there's no penalty for lying or for submitting new documents at the last minute, it can extend the process to reason that the craft business person wouldn't want to do that. So we'll try to level the playing field to my sin.
Thank you. And then a brief one on ballot measures, some of the recap of the ballot measures, property tax or different taxation measures that passed or did not in the state. And they basically described that property tax was the most difficult to get approved, followed by sales tax, followed by short-term rental tax, and then building impact fees and lodging tax were the easiest to achieve voter approval on, which was somewhat interesting. And then as far as types of measures that passed, fire and EMS services were the #1 for easiest to achieve voter approval, followed by road repair and maintenance. And then it goes down in the difficulty to pass. Housing initiatives, school districts and early childhood, parks, recreation, conservation, and open space were kind of in the middle. And then on those more difficult to pass ones, police and public safety measures, library services, and health and human services, which I kind of found interesting. And then the most difficult were courts, jails, detention centers, wastewater plants, and large capital projects. And they talked a lot about the measures that were very general and asked for general assistance to counties or municipalities. Very, very few of those passed, and they were amongst the most difficult. But those that were single issue measures related to roads, and we kind of saw this in our own fire and EMS, those were amongst the most popular and supported by voters.
Mike, that was information provided by Magellan Strategies, which is a statewide polling organization.
As well as Thinking Forward was the other company that there was a joint presentation. We heard a little bit about growing a local workforce, and one of the surprising data points that we heard from Colorado Mountain College, 2 reps there, were that of 100 kids that start kindergarten in Colorado and stay in Colorado, only 20 are graduating college.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say high school.
No.
Okay.
But that's, you know,
Hmm.
pretty shocking, 20% of kids statewide. And so they talked about the need for career and technical certificate and degree programs, of which CMC is kind of heavy into: welding, electrical, plumbing, and talking about how we need to perhaps counsel kids differently, that these are just as viable long-term careers. And in fact, these are areas and trades where we're not seeing the same amount of workforce backfilling those that are retiring. So this need is only going to continue to increase. After they also offer it's not dual immersion, concurrent enrollment programs for CMC district communities. And those are where kids can take at no additional cost college credit courses while they're still in high school. They can graduate high school with an associate's degree at no additional cost. So for cost burden families, that's a huge benefit. And those are also guaranteed transfer credits to any university or college in the state of Colorado, which is awesome. This idea of trying to keep our kids, you know, getting them an education, but trying to keep them here so that they don't have to go out of state and may not return.
I have a question, Mike.
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Sure. No, I know Galena's had her hand up.
That stat, 20% are college graduates, that's like an accredited college, not a technical school.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Traditional college, I should say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
But so the emphasis is on trying to capture that 80% into some sort of a technical school or, which I really have been hearing and seeing the need for that. And
Yeah.
there's been a lot of discussion on the West End on how to increase that curriculum in the high schools, but.
So Commissioner Waring and I grabbed them after the presentation and said, can we have another discussion about what it might look like? They've had discussions in the past about San Miguel County bringing us into the CMC service area. I did hear a number from Ben Cairns, who's the dean of the Leadville and Salida campuses, that when they did their analysis, they were looking at a number that would be, I think it was $750,000 or less to include San Miguel County into their district area. If you're in district, you can get credit out. You can take classes at the lowest cost credit hour of any college in the state of Colorado. So that would really help our lower income folks, but it would also help kids that may want to go into a trade to have the access to all of the CMC programs, as well as those that might want to pursue a traditional college path. And we started getting excited and brainstorming where a physical campus could be, but that's way far out. Go ahead.
So when you said, so I think I heard you say that students who are in district get
Yeah.
that dual credit.
Well,
What is
you
that?
can take credits online through CMC as
Yeah.
out of district.
Yeah.
You're just going to pay a significantly higher per credit hour rate.
And then, okay, that's curious, but okay, then the other question is though.
Because it's a property tax that is, if you're in the district,
Oh,
everybody in your community pays a property tax to support that,
and that's where they estimated 0.75 mils.
or less, yes.
Okay, to get it.
Shouldn't say that exact number,
Yeah,
but he
yeah,
said it was,
yeah.
it'll be something up to
I
approximately that
understand
amount.
that, okay. So but can our students here, we're not in district currently, so we don't have that property tax, we don't have that
Right.
facility or
Right.
anything like that. Can they take those courses online and get the dual credit?
They can, but for many of the technical programs,
Yeah.
they would have to travel a significant distance to a physical campus, which is why then we started thinking about where could there be a physical campus in this area.
And where is the closest physical campus, do you know?
I don't remember offhand. What? Glenwood. Yeah, quite far.
I wonder if any like just transition funds could be utilized for that kind of a campus.
think the next step, if we're at all interested, is to invite Ben down to speak with us more. He did express an interest in getting down to our neck of the woods. So if we'd like to agendize that, we could do so. Raise a thumbs up.
My gut reaction is absolutely, and at the same time, we're so small. I wonder if it's something we should be working on, like with Montrose County.
Well, that's why I was thinking about just transition funds and having Montrose County into the folds as well as Uray County.
And it doesn't have to be county-wide. Your district can bifurcate specific areas like many of our special districts do. So if we had, New Granada that was interested, it wouldn't necessarily have to be, because what I wouldn't want is that it would have to go to a vote of an entire county where maybe part of the county, like such as Montrose, is geographically disconnected and might say, you know what, I don't see the benefit of supporting that in this area for that.
But did you get a sense that the western part of San Miguel County and Montrose County would have sufficient population to have a campus? I'm looking where they are right now.
Mhm.
They say there are 11 campuses, including residential locations. And wait a second, sorry.
Well, I'm thinking that if we looked at our population of Telluride, Rico, Mountain Village, Norwood, we're not far off of Leadville or Salida or many of their smaller areas where they do have physical campuses.
Right.
I think that for right now, we could just agree that this is an intriguing idea. Maybe Mike, instead of long time relationship with Ben,
Oh,
speak with him a little more and flesh out the
Yeah.
concept and see if it's worth bringing to the board.
I love the concept.
and I wonder if this is something we should talk about at that tri-county meeting with Montrose and Uray counties.
Yes.
Or is it premature?
It might be sure, but we could even just take a temperature.
Is Mike saying?
Let's get Ben here and talk to us, even if it's on Zoom,
Sure,
to have that initial discussion. And then we could
let's do
go from
that,
there.
that's great. Great.
All right.
Perfect.
Cool.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Well summarized.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Lisa, would you like to report anything?
Yes. Just really quickly, I shared with you all the slide presentation that I gave to the UMC board on San Miguel County's responses to Medicaid constraints. I think that all that information was appreciated and well received and definitely generated some questions as to kind of where are we heading. There's concerns over the districting and how that is going to affect our rural population. A lot of the concerns and questions that we, as well as Linnea, have been bringing to the state. Yeah, it was good conversation. On Friday, I attended a CCI Renewable Energy Framework discussion. And the premise of this framework is to modify existing local processes. And this is in response to a pushback from counties concerned over state renewable energy state code preemption. So it is the CCI representative Katie First has been working with a lot of various renewable energy development companies, trying to kind of meet in the middle here, and present something to the state that will be amicable to all parties involved, right? And so there's a lot of concern from the industry based on even what transpired here in San Miguel County when a prospective big solar project was on the doorsteps, and all of a sudden a moratorium went in place and the county developed code that they saw as restrictive. And there's been this type of thing has been playing out throughout the state. Montrose County, there's years-long moratorium on solar development. So what is laid out here is a notice of intent concept. And once a developer has invested $500,000 in a plan, they've basically financially committed and shown that financial commitment. A letter of intent would be submitted to the county, and the current regulations that are in place at that time would be locked in for 6 months. So this is envisioned to be post the pre-application process. So they've already submitted a lot of pre-application materials to the planning department of any given county. And so they've shown their commitment, they've shown the pre-app plans. Some commissioners took issue with this, claiming that it would give them this particular sector special privileges that other land uses don't get, i.e. oil and gas, or timber, or, you name it. And that certain submitted items should be required. With this letter of intent, leases, preliminary site plan, wildlife studies, basically that showing that they have their ducks in a row. And so that the county can kind of like take that all into consideration, and that should be able to be determined by any given county. And then
Helena?
yes.
Which counties were pushing back on that? I'm just curious to know if it was more conservative counties, more progressive counties, or
Both. There's some
yeah.
pushback coming from Routt County. That's where some of that specific language I was just sharing came from. Sonia Macy's, Commissioner Macy's from Routt County. Commissioner Kuntz from Delta County expressed some concerns. Mesa County expressed some concerns. So it was, I don't know. I would say it was less like progressive versus conservative in this conversation, more about like protecting counties' rights and interests.
Which was the case a few years ago when there was a real aggressive move at the state to put statewide regulations out.
And from the county's perspective, and I've been engaging in these conversations now for a while. It's really, there's concerns coming from the counties about maintaining local control over land use, right? And having, there's a concern about a state code being, a mandated state code being enacted that preempts any sort of local land use code. And so that this is an attempt to kind of meet in the middle there, so that the industry can feel comfortable that they're not going to have the rug pulled out from under them when they submit an application, or there's even whispers of a development coming. And so that they're committed, they are financially committed, and they can be certain that the code that is in place at that given time will indeed apply to them.
It sounds fair to me. What am I missing? Just that
I
it's state
agree.
control. I mean,
I agree that it seems fair. Another piece to this that was because there have been, I actually have been one of the individuals bringing forward the concept of a county or community benefit agreement with utility scale projects. And the concept of a megawatt based payment was kind of explored. There were concerns raised that as technology improves, the amount of land to generate a megawatt will inevitably go down. So that, is kind of subjective based on technology evolving. And that the payment should be based on impact, and the land area impacted is the most equitable way to do that. Specifically thinking about agricultural land and how, different tracts of land have different inherent values. So that's still being kind of massaged out.
do we have any rights? I can't remember. I feel like I should know this, to apply an excise tax to a renewable energy.
That has been discussed, and there is
Yeah, does
There's-
everybody know if we have that ability?
We don't.
You don't.
No.
I think that is one of the CCI legislative ideas right now is to allow counties some excess authority that isn't related to fees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So there's gonna be weekly meetings on this, and I'll keep attending them, but this is just the update on what happened this last week. The one, the element that there were no concerns over was requiring wildlife consultation, for any given application. If that isn't written into, county code, that is a requirement regardless of what county an applicant comes to. Yeah, so to be continued, but I think it
Thanks
is.
for paying attention to that.
It makes sense, and I mean, you know, we've already got solar regulations in place, and we're gonna start looking at geothermal and wind, so we're maybe a little ahead of the game here, but I think we put so much time and energy into our codes that I think I still have a concern about preemption, and that
Sure.
those have been thoughtfully crafted.
You know, what makes sense to me is the fact that it's not as if they just express interest and then the code is frozen in time. It's that they've had the pre-application meeting, they've already invested, and I mean, I'm not as concerned about the money they've spent, but that they've obviously explored the project, right? So that it does seem viable to them, and as you said, maybe there'll be some specific planning done or studies done. I think that it's fair.
Yeah, it seems fair.
You can't just raise your hand and say, oh, we're thinking about developing here, freeze the code,
Right,
But
right.
there's like some real work has been done, and it's very likely that they'll be applying, and I like that.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like reasonable
Mhm.
and setting a fair playing field for all. Yeah. And then this tri-county meeting that we've been exploring with Uray and Montrose County, there's still some volleying about schedules. So our proposed April 2nd and 3rd dates don't work for Uray County. So I was gonna look into after the spring break time here, and we can discuss this offline, but if there are some dates there in that week that we return that would work, I can throw those back out to see if they might work with Uray and Montrose
Be
County.
most efficient to do that. Yeah,
Sure.
we've got everybody in the room.
Great.
Mike or Jared, you guys were gonna come to that too, one of both of you.
Let's start your calendars.
Yeah.
No.
So first day would be Monday the 20th, correct?
Mhm.
Right? How is Monday the 20th? We're all getting back from spring break. That seems like it might be less ideal than the Thursday the 23rd or Friday the 24th.
Yeah, I agree. It might be good to have a day or two just to get our feet under.
I am wide open, except Friday morning, I have a state Board of Health Advisory Group meeting till 9, 8 to 9. So I couldn't get to a physical meeting till like 10.
Okay.
But other than that,
10:30 and give you a breathing room.
thank you.
So there's opener for the 24th. Anytime after 10:30, we could, I assume, be meeting in the Ridgeway Uray
Yeah,
public area.
they offered the Uray
Okay.
fairgrounds.
And how about on the
Yeah.
23rd? Does anyone have any obstacles to that yet?
No,
23rd wide open. Preferably not at 8 AM start, but make it happen if needed. And then there's 2 more dates to try, Galena.
Okay.
I had a question about that. Lance and I attended the SMART board retreat yesterday. And there was conversation about a Montrose route and that whole Montrose Ridgeway, route, which is going quite well. And I think you said, Galena, that they wanted to talk about, this tri-county group about bus service and transportation.
Yes.
Do you think that we should invite David Averill from SMART to attend that meeting, or would that be premature? Because he's already having a lot of conversations with the towns, I think, not
Yeah.
the counties, but the towns.
I mean, I think it might be a little premature and that this is I think the pretense of this meeting is to just have the commissioners and staff come together and discuss these things and maybe what like comes of that discussion can bring Smart and David into the conversation.
My only concern was, you said they might be like semi-annual, so we wouldn't have another meeting for 6 months. Maybe
Well,
just ask Jake.
Just throw it out there.
If he,
Yeah.
is he the one pulling it together?
Yes.
Maturities, yeah.
He is, yeah.
And I think David, he sounded interested, if he
Okay.
could be helpful, and he could maybe even just zoom in for half an hour or whatever.
Well,
Yeah.
that seems, I mean, sure. that makes
Yeah, but
sense.
I had the same feeling, is it too soon? This is our first meeting, just kind of getting off the ground, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think
first.
this
It's
is.
maybe that it's collect questions and see the kind of questions David can answer, if I'm a policy based as opposed to smart based.
Sure.
Okay, great. Well, I'll throw those two dates out. See. What
Great.
is it?
Thanks, Colleen. Do you have anything else?
No, that's it.
All right,
Okay.
appreciate it. Commissioner Brown.
Yes, so I went to the CCI first legislative kind of briefing last Friday. And they just zipped through dozens of bills that had been introduced. And you know, the one that really hit me that I wanted to talk about with the staff and other commissioners is this vacancy tax proposal. Where did my notes go? So this is HB 1026, and this would be a permissive bill allowing local jurisdictions to ask for voter approval of an excise tax that would be levied on vacant residential property. CAST is, I think, really kind of the force behind this, as well as over time, or over the years, Colorado Municipal League has also been part of it. The revenue would have to go towards workforce and affordable housing. That was how this would be set up. An interesting point that caught my attention is that local jurisdictions could form regional authorities. So this wouldn't have to be something that would be done. I'm not sure how the vote would take place, but it could, like, we could decide to do this together with the two towns on the east end and form like this taxing district, I guess. I don't know the semantics of it. So I just kind of wanted to hear everybody's thoughts on that vacancy tax and whether we might want to lean into it. I've been talking or thinking a lot about our housing mitigation fee, and that's the current method we have for kind of collecting funds for housing in a, you know, that are related to actually the impact of new construction. What I like about the vacancy tax right now is, without having heard from you guys, is that it's assessed on all vacant properties, which in my mind are all impacting, you know, our need for workforce housing. And that it's spread out over time indefinitely. It's not one big hit when you're building your house. Because the impact is enduring too, right? And I think it's also easier, it's also harder to swallow, kind of. We've been getting pushback on the amount of that fee. So it's something that's really been on my mind for a couple of years now, and I am quite interested, but I wanted to hear what you all think about it too. I have heard pushback, just to address it right away, that it'd be difficult to define a vacant house, it'd be difficult to enforce a vacant house, but I feel like, you know, we have that capacity here anyway, and I think maybe it could be the suggestions made at the state level. I mean, we administer the deed restricted program, which is far more complicated in my mind than this might be. So,
I mean, would a resident's primary address define that? Right?
well, I mean, I think, yes, I think so. There are ways you do that. I don't know the law part. Oh, we have a lawyer here. But like, you know, things like, where are your cars registered? Where do you vote? Where do you file your income taxes? I think those could be, and then obviously there'd have to be some sort of an affidavit, and there would be a system for collecting it. It's not easy, but to me, it really is a potentially a good way to build our coffers for constructing affordable housing.
Sure.
I was just going to add in, just for clarity's sake, it's 1036, not 26.
Thank you.
FYI, and this, they actually have the section written in the bill right now. It says defines a vacant residential unit means a unit that is predominantly a place of residence by a person, family, or families, is unoccupied, and that definition of unoccupied is determinable at the local level.
Okay.
Right, so I think that one of the challenges and one of the issues that may arise out of this that I'm sure there's already a boatload of pushback at the legislative session about is having diverse definitions of what a vacancy is, right?
I
And
wonder
so
why the bill doesn't propose a definition that would be statewide.
I think
Local control.
I think it is because they don't want to supplant that, one person's vacancy is another, supplemental income, whatever it may be. Right?
Well, STRs are excluded from this.
Yeah, it does have a
That's
third.
not unoccupied. It is
Number 3 is short-term rentals are excluded from the definition of vacant. And so, those are some of the things that I think are moving. Conceptually, it could be a good thing, particularly in a place where we have a lot of second, maybe third, fourth homes, right? Particularly ones that do not get used for short-term rentals. And so possible, yes. There's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
And I think the point you made, Commissioner Brown, of the I guess administration of the program would be a challenge. They specifically say it is not the duty of the assessor to try and determine this, right? So the assessors have already kind of spoken and said, we don't want to try and be the arbiters of vacancy. But it's, I think the devil is in the details if this were to be allowed and how we would work regionally to stand something up or not.
Well, Commissioner Brown, I think the question you posed was, is this something that you support you continuing to monitor and report back? For me personally, yes, please.
Yeah,
Okay.
same. This is something I've been
On your mind.
conceptualizing in my mind for quite some time, how this type of vacancy tax could work in the state, and
One other point I just wanted to bring up, because I've been talking about this with as many people as I can, trying to learn about the pros and cons. And a council member on Mountain Village said to me, there's an argument that vacant homeowners or vacant property owners already pay more into the system than they take out because their homes are valuable. That argument I kind of set aside because that's the whole, that's the way our property tax system works. So I don't think that's just is what it is. The other thing this person said is, well, but they're not really using the local services. And I said, they may not be using them, but we are building capacity to serve them. So we have enough firefighters to handle a fire at Christmas. Do you know what I mean? We have enough, the hospital is big enough to handle all the people coming off the mountain. So, that saying you don't build a church for Easter, we actually do build the church for Easter because we have to provide enough services to take care of people when we're at full capacity. So my argument in that regard is that we do provide the ability to access those services at any time that those people choose to show up. Maura, it looks like you have something to say.
I guess, because you brought up the impact fee, and obviously this would have administrative burdens that we would need to figure out, but I think without having read the bill, would be much cleaner in terms of application of the fee. Where, as you've seen, we've had a number of challenges to the impact fee and how it's applied and who it applies to and why. And it sounds like those kinds of determinations wouldn't be as involved with this type of fee.
One would hope. The other piece that comes to mind for me the reason I like this is that it would, well, I guess I kind of already said this, it would be applied to all properties uniformly, not just those having been built since we put the fee in or instituted the excise tax or something. It would be, you know, shared equivalently by those properties. So I think there's a lot there to think about. And I would encourage you guys too, as you're talking to other electeds in the region, to kind of float the idea to them and see what they think about it. Because I would prefer to do this as a region as opposed to individually in the county, because you know, it would seem like, why do I have to pay this if I live on Wilson Mesa, but I don't have to pay if I live on Columbia Avenue? I think it would just be, ideally, we would do it as a region. So.
Do you have any info you could share with us as talking points on this at this point?
You know what? No, well, it sounds like Jared might, and this is something I was looking into and having conversations with the Lake County Commissioner recently, so let me look at that. Let me see
Okay.
what I can find about that. I'm gonna do that, yes. And just to be clear, yes, I can outline the bill, but I'm not trying to convince people yet. I'm really trying to figure out like what are the pros and cons. So I could list my pros and my cons, and then we can keep developing that. But right now, I'm passionate enough about this that I would like, you know, testify at the legislature if you guys agreed. And that's sort of where I am right now, but I'm still working on it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, this is something I picked up on in the CCN newsletter. This is something from the, let's see, House Bill 25-1332 directed the Department of Natural Resources to figure out unique properties in the state land board inventory that would like to be set aside for or identified as being unique opportunities for regional recreation, conservation activities, and agricultural opportunities. So they're asking folks to submit information, like specific parcels that we would like to have considered for this special consideration. Are you with me, staff? So again, these are state land board parcels in our county that hold unique opportunities for regional recreation, conservation activities, and agricultural opportunities. So I don't know the full map, but immediately what came to mind for me were the Wilson Mesa parcel and then the Wrights Mesa parcel. And we have to fill out a form by February 27th. So we have some time. What do you all think about, if we have time before then, agendizing kind of a review at at a meeting to kind of look at our parcels and see which ones we would like to identify? Does that sound good to you, Mr. Chair?
It does, if we were to designate any parcel in the county, what does that gain us?
Let's see. I just try.
I'm curious because there's been
I don't
discussion.
have the details.
There's been discussion about the state potentially selling off some of the land board parcels to work away at the deficit.
Mhm.
And there's, I particularly in Norwood, there's concern that could happen with the state land board parcel where the municipal water tank lies. And the Water Commission has even been having discussions about trying to buy that piece of property to make sure that it is stable. But some of it is used for ag purposes, and yeah, it's kind of a.
Let's do this, let's ask Jared, who's I think my go-to for state legislature, to research a bit about this and come back to us. At a soon agenda with the February 26th deadline. And make a presentation about the program and the what possible makes sense, and then we can learn more.
Jared, have you, want me to forward you this information that I picked out of the newsletter?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Star,
Thank you,
but
Star.
Anything helps. Yeah.
Oh, Star. Hello, Star.
Just listening in.
And both deep into any one particular topic, because otherwise we're gonna have 4 minutes for lunch and we scramble, and this afternoon we have some pretty focused things.
Yeah.
So, Star, do you have a short comment you'd like to add?
Yes.
Thank you.
I've done this presentation before, and I've mapped out and have these because we've designated parcels before.
Submitted aspect, and you'll have a mapping aspect, and we can put that together.
Yep.
Perfect.
We'll work on getting that on either next week or the following week's agenda.
Awesome. Okay, I just sent this little excerpt from the CCI newsletter to Jared and Star. Thank
Great.
you. That's all that I have to report. Oh, except we did that the smart board retreat yesterday. Didn't really pull together my thoughts yet on that. Did you, Lance?
I can say that we spent the day together and that we discussed prioritizing smart's actions and future actions, and we worked really hard not to allow mission creep.
Yep, and also to address concerns about capacity of our staff as we take on the gondola and yeah, all that. It was really good. It was very strategic.
That's great, and you're right, there's a lot of things we discussed, but not all that are really germane today.
Yeah.
Thank you all. I can only add, since Mike reported on CAST and you reported on the SMART meeting, that there was an SMRHA meeting on Monday, and that the report is the lottery for the town went well, and that there may be another lottery for some more town properties soon. And that there are some 3 now properties available on Pinion Park. And those are not moving quickly, and we are.
Can you say that again? What's happening in Pingburg?
3 properties are for sale.
Oh, so like the first owners are now trying to sell them.
And the market is not absorbing them very quickly, due to the AMI requirements for the most part. With that, I suggest a recess for lunch with back at 12:45.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I'll be paying attention to the clock. Maybe it's not being the chair.
Wait, but otherwise.
All right, is everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Okay,
Good to go?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does that mean we were recording the whole time?
No.
Harlan and I
We
hit
doubled
the button at
it.
the same time.
We doubled it.
They both push the button.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back in session. It is 12:47. Apologize for the delay. We've had a condensed lunch, but we are back in action. The next item on our agenda is item 15A, consideration by the Board of the Assessors recommendation to deny petition of abatement or refund of taxes for the Steele Family Trust. And the number is ABMT 2025-17. We have John Zimmerman, our certified general appraiser, is representing the assessor's office. And I see John is with us. I see Layla Steele, the appellant, is with us as well. Good afternoon, Layla. Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon.
The way that we will conduct this is with John beginning, and then we'll have an opportunity for commissioner questions. We'll then go to Layla, and we will hear from her side, and then have an opportunity for commissioner questions, and then eventually bring it back to the board and try to make a decision. Sound good?
Yes.
Great. In that case, John, you have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. I'm just gonna hit the highlights. I believe you've got a copy of my recommendation of the assessor for this abatement. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just gonna hit some points that kind of follows that document that you were sent. First of all, the purpose of the hearing is to determine whether the petitioner has proven that the 2024 valuation was incorrect as of June 30th of 2022 level of value. I want to emphasize that this is a recommendation to the board. It is not our decision. You're the ones making the decision on an abatement. The burden of proof statute is 39-10-114 in Colorado Revised Statutes. Each tax year stands on its own. So this is for the 2024 level of value. You can't use 2022 or 2025 to establish value for 2024. The petitioner, as of the time that these documents were submitted, had not provided an appraisal or any sales or income evidence to support the abatement petition request. Her comparison of values across years and then the averaging the value to get the midpoint of value for 2024 is not it's not a valid means of arriving at a value. The assessor's value reflects the market value of June 30th, 2022, and it was developed using uniform standards and professional ad valorem appraisal practices. The granting of an abatement without this burden of proof being met would tend to undermine uniformity and statutory standards in the assessment process. And therefore, we are recommending that the board deny the petition due to the failure to meet the burden of proof. And we do this respectfully without criticism of the owners. That's my initial statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Zimmerman at this point? Commissioner Brown?
I do have a question. So, was the property reassessed in 2023, John?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and that was based on the June 2022 values. And my understanding is that there was a, what did you call it? Well, you and the Steele Family Trust had some back and forth. They appealed, I guess, that valuation, right? And then that was reestablished at the 2,516,000 level.
Yes, for
That was
2023. Yes.
2023, okay. And then, but what is being protested here is the 2024 value, correct?
That's correct, but it is the same base year as the 2023 value was. It's just I don't want to surmise what the petitioner is trying to do here, but I think maybe they decided that they did not agree with what they had originally agreed to for the 2023 value, and now are coming back for kind of a second bite at the apple on the 2024 value because they didn't think that we went far enough with the adjustment for 2023.
Okay.
I mean, that's my analysis of what's going on, but I don't want to speak for the petitioner.
I think we're about to hear from the
But I'm not quite done, sorry. So, but normally we do a reassessment in 2023 or whatever that every other year cadence is. And then whatever is established in 2023 as the value carries over to 2024. We'd never adjust those values except during the biannual reassessment. Is that correct?
Generally that's correct. I wouldn't say never, but it's rare to have different values for those 2-year cycles. There can be value differences based on new construction happening in 2024 that wasn't there in 2023, or let's say a property is damaged by snowfall on the roof or something, or fire, God forbid. But so those would be the instances when the 2024 value might not be the same as the 2023 value.
Okay, or renovation or okay, that
correct. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so, but the petitioner, and she'll speak for herself, but what I'm gathering, John, tell me if you think I'm misinterpreting this, and again, we'll hear from the petitioner, but is that they are asking to lower the value in 2024 from 2023 because they just feel like it's misvalued. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I believe so, yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gleason, any questions?
Not at the moment.
All right. Now, in that case, I think it is time to hear from the petitioner. And I know Layla Steele is with us. Good afternoon, Ms. Steele.
Hello, Mr. Waring. How are you?
Hi, nice to see you, Layla.
So I think that, John, I think you may have misunderstood. We had some back and forth over 2025 over an appeal, not over 2023. So our back and forth was, so in answer to your question, Anne, there was no back and forth for 2023. The back and forth was just recently for 2025. So it's not going for another bite of the apple. There was no discussion for 2023. Do you want to clarify that, John?
Yeah, the property, I believe, was protested in 2023. I don't know if you did that, but somebody did it and it was adjusted for 2023.
No, that was 2020, 2025. We just did an adjustment in 2025.
Yeah, my testimony is regardless of 2025. That has no 2025 has no bearing, and I know we did have a discussion for 2025, but that doesn't impact what I'm saying about 2023 and 2024. And I see the assessor has her hand raised, so she might be able to add clarity.
Let's go to Sarah Anderson, who's joined us. Welcome, Sarah.
I'm just sitting here just listening in, but I do have the account up. This property was protested in 2025, but was also appealed in 2023 as well. And I believe was adjusted in both.
And that 2,516,000 number that John quoted, is that the 2023 value that you settled on?
Yes, it was originally higher, coming from the assessor's office, and then at the first level of appeal, there was an adjustment made down to the 2,516,000.
And then what was the value down in 2025?
So it was, the final adjusted value is 2,194,186.
Okay. And I think that, so it's not so much another bite of the apple, John, as just trying to find meaning and value in this trajectory. So if 2025 is 2.1 and I guess it was 2021. So I did not, first of all, let me preface this by saying that I live in Boulder, and I actually practice real estate in Boulder. And I have used myself as a guinea pig, going through the county process here in Boulder and also in Telluride. And what's interesting is that the process is very different. And John wrote a really, really thorough report, and I really enjoyed reading it because it was really educational about the burden of proof, which I was not aware of, because that's not how they did it here in Boulder. So I don't have access to the Telluride MLS, so I did not have any comps. So I asked for some comps from that period of time, and John kindly provided some. And my response to him, now given that I could look at the comps, was the same issue that we had when we went back and forth in 2025. And that was comparing a property that cannot be rented short-term and does not have short-term rental income to properties that can. And most of the comps that John sent are properties that can be rented short-term, and that short-term income is reflected in my opinion, in the price. So that's why the adjustment was made in 2025. And given the comps that I saw, the only comp to me that seems to truly be a comp is the one at 314 Galena. And if we take the price per square foot of that property and use that same price per square foot for the subject property, then it does come out to roughly a little over $2 million, which is what the proposal that I made. So so I see where John's coming from in terms of a value already been established about 2023, but I had forgotten that. I don't remember having a back and forth with John about that. I think maybe something was just submitted and it was automatically adjusted. But more, I was looking at the 2025 value and the trajectory. So I now understand that, you know, each year has to be interpreted individually, and the burden of proof is on the petitioner to come up with those comps. But obviously, as a non-MLS person in Telluride, I couldn't come up with them. So John gave them to me. And after looking at them, that was my assessment, is that 314 Galena is the best comp on there, and the price per square foot is what is appropriate for the comp for 2024. But I also understand where John's coming from in terms of already having a value established for 2023, and why would 2024 be so much less? But I'm not allowed to abate 2023 because it was already appealed. That I know from the Boulder process. So that's why, and that's how I was advised in Boulder, was to appeal to abate the year that wasn't appealed, and then there would be an equalization process. So again, for me, this is learning about how this whole process works.
I think we are about to learn together. John, when you do or maybe Sarah, when you do your calculations, do you consider the opportunity for short-term rental or not?
Yeah, I'll answer that question. Sure, we do, as long as it's documented on that parcel, and then we can find that. And sometimes there's evidence to support an adjustment for no short-term rental, and sometimes there is not. I mean, that doesn't. Intuition tells you there's potentially a difference, but that doesn't mean that there's always a numerical evidence of those differences. So that's to directly answer your question. We do consider it if it's something that shows up in the model mathematically.
And is Ms. Steele's statement that most of the comps on the list, with the exception of 314 East Galena, are available in the short-term rental market accurate?
I can't attest to that, because I would have to go through and look at them each individually.
And Lance, let me clarify that I don't know either. I'm really looking at addresses and knowing that, more residential areas do not allow short-term rental, and the more commercial core areas near Main Street generally do. So I don't have that information either. I just, that's again, Galena is closer to our property and more in the residential zone, whereas a lot of the others are just off of Colorado Avenue.
Got it. So you're using a little bit of, call it, common sense or intuition as well.
Correct. I don't have access to the kind of, information that realtors in Telluride and assessors in Telluride have. I use Zillow just like a consumer.
Understood. Wow. All right, commissioners.
I would like an opportunity just to speak to a couple points real quick.
Please.
One is just to clear up the burden of proof. It's higher on an abatement than it is on a petition for on a protest, I should say. So protest is the first phase. That's not what this is. This is an abatement petition. It's being done after the fact. The value's been set, the taxes have been levied, and in this case probably paid for that property. There's a reason that the state has made the burden of proof higher on an abatement than on a protest. It's because all those things, the water is already under the bridge, and you're refunding taxes. So they want the burden of proof to be higher on the petitioner. I don't mean to. I'm not going to argue the merits of our value primarily here. I could answer these questions about short-term rentals. I could also interject things about the view of her property relative to other properties, or its location, or many other things could be put into this besides the short-term rental argument. And really, I'm trying to stay away from the value discussion, because in this case, the burden of proof, step one of this process, has not been met by the petitioner in my judgment. We have to meet that burden of proof. There has to be a good, reasonable amount of evidence to show that the value is wrong, and that hasn't been that burden hasn't been met in my opinion.
I have a question. Sorry, I realized my camera's not on. Okay, there we go. May I ask another question?
Please.
So I understand that Layla didn't know that the burden of proof was on her in this situation, and that the standard was quite high. Did we provide her with information about that? I just got this big extra set of information that I haven't really looked at because it came right before the meeting started, but are there notices that she received that told her that the burden of proof is on her.
Maura Fahey Boylan may be able to answer that as our county attorney.
Yeah, so there is information on the assessor's webpage on the FAQ about the abatement process, and it states that that the taxpayer is to attach supporting documentation to the abatement petition, and then as well in the notice of hearing that was sent out.
Was that on January 15th?
Yes.
Just reading that.
In the document attached to that has the details about the hearing, and included in that is a section titled documentation supporting the reason for the abatement, and directs the property owner to submit that information.
Okay, so we did provide notice that that's how it works. And then I understand what Layla said, that in Boulder, that wasn't part of the process, it wasn't required. But I have a note here that John indicated that this is a statutory standard. So it's not something that San Miguel County made up. This is how we are directed to handle abatements by the state. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I don't have the statutes off the top of my head, but I think it might also be in case law that establishes that.
One or both of those, okay.
And could I just want to say, I 100% agree with John. Having gone through this process, both in Boulder and in San Miguel County, I agree with that. I think that the way that you're doing it is absolutely proper. And I will tell you that I went through it in Boulder and it was exactly the opposite. Appeals basically get tossed in the trash can in Boulder. And you are told by the assessor's office, if you want to have any traction with your value, you have to abate.
Wow.
It's completely backwards. And so, of course, not knowing, I thought I'd go through the process in San Miguel County and see what happened. But I think that your process is great. And now that I understand it, I don't really want to, I'm not here necessarily to debate the value. I'm here really to get educated, as a realtor and as a citizen. And maybe that's helpful for you as well. But I will tell you that it is completely different in Boulder. And it shouldn't be. It should be the way that you guys do it. So, I'm happy that you pay attention to appeals. And the only reason why I abated is because that was the recommendation I received by the Boulder County assessor. Had I known what I received in John's report, I probably wouldn't have filed a petition at all. I only did it because that's the way it needed to be done in Boulder.
Thank you, Layla. That's both very honest and very gracious of you to acknowledge that John is doing his job well. Sarah, I see your hand is up.
Since we're all here for education, I just kind of wanted to add on to kind of what Layla was saying. So, Boulder being a much, much, much larger county, the volume of appeals that they are processing is just, it's insane. So I'm sure there are a ton of kind of that first level of appeals that just sort of get brushed through, don't really get a lot of scrutiny from the assessor's office. And the expectation is that, if you have substantial evidence that you want to bring to the county to show that you feel that your value is incorrect, then you would probably take that to the second level appeal, which would be the County Board of Equalization, which is very similar to this type of hearing. It'd be either in front of the commissioners or in front of the hearing officer. And that's, during that standard protest period during the year in question. And so, in Layla's case, the 2023 appeal, went to the first level assessor appeal with us, and was adjusted. If that value, if the owner felt that value still wasn't correct, they could have taken it to the CBOE level of appeal. And so I'm sure Boulder County, just being as large as they are, is probably kind of giving more merit to the abatement process than it is to that sort of first level assessor appeal, just again, because of the volume of appeals that they're getting.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that's exactly what it is. And again, it's a learning process. I just know as a realtor in Boulder, I am battling with the assessor on a daily basis because the assessed values here are in excess of what these properties can be sold for. So I don't know how it is in Telluride because I'm not a realtor in Telluride, but that is commonplace in Boulder. So thank you guys for doing a good job assessing. It's much more fair.
Thank you, Leila. I think we may be ready for a motion and a decision. Board, do you feel like you need more conversation?
Well, only one small thing, because we're doing this now for education purposes, it sounds like. Is it possible for an abatement to result in a lower valuation in a off assessment year? Like, could we even do that if we could? Okay.
So I just went through, I'll tell you, I just went through it in Boulder. So appealed 1 year, and because I appealed, and Sarah, you can confirm this, because an appeal was filed, you cannot file an abatement for the same year. The only thing you can do is abate it for the following year. So I didn't abate for 2023, I abated for 2024. I was successful in Boulder abating for 2024, and then what happens is it goes back and gets equalized. So as a result, the value for 2023 and 2024 was reduced because the abatement for 2024 was granted. And I had a client who abated his property, and he basically sent no comps. And this is how I got into this in the first place, is that a client just sent in, I had told him basically that appeals were just put in the trash. And he said, well, I just did mine and they took $400,000 off. And I said, well, it couldn't have been an appeal because the appeal process is already passed. And as it turns out, it was an abatement. He basically just sent the assessor a letter saying, I think my value is too high. And they took it down by $400,000 in an abatement. So that's where it all started. I was like, oh, okay, maybe that's what needs to happen, is you don't appeal, you just abate. So it's exactly opposite of what John described and exactly opposite of what it should be.
In the spirit of education, as we're talking about, I'll try to inject a little education here too. From my perspective, I'll speak for myself, not for Sarah, but from my perspective, taxpayers are going to find a much easier route to correction through the protest process than through the abatement process. The abatement process is retroactive. It's costly. It's a higher burden of proof, so you're going to get resistance. In my opinion, I can't speak about Boulder County too much, although they are a client of mine, but so I would encourage taxpayers in general, if you think your values are wrong, you should protest it in May, and then follow through with the protest. Because the moment you don't follow through to the next level of appeal, that tax year is closed for abatement. You cannot, and I don't know if I understood Ms. Steele's statement a minute ago. 2023 cannot be abated if it was protested. Period. That's rock solid in the law. So no misunderstandings on that.
No, they didn't call it an abatement. They called it an equalization. It was a different term.
That value should not, in my understanding in statute, that value should not be changed if it was protested and the protest did not follow through. There is no mechanism to correct value from 2023 if it was protested originally and not followed through appeal. So
I agree with John. I think some county assessors may sort of bend the rules differently. But if it were coming from me, if it was protested in 23 and then we made a different adjustment on an abatement in 24, that would not necessarily follow back to 23. 23 was already protested.
I agree too. I'm just telling you how they did it in Boulder.
Yeah, totally. And like I said, assessors are elected officials.
No, you guys do it right. So thank you for doing it right. And I don't want to take up any of more of your time. You guys can vote on this and you can move on to something more important and interesting.
We've got that in the room now, so thank you for that, Leila. We're about to vote and do exactly what you said. Commissioners, do you have a motion that you'd care to make?
Yes, I move to approve the Board of Assessors' recommendation to deny petition of abatement or refund of taxes Steel Family Trust ABMT 2025-17.
Second.
Any further discussion? How do we vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries. Thank you all very much for your time, and I've just
you.
learned a lot in the last 15 minutes. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was a very condensed education for me. I appreciate all your feedback and your graciousness, Miss Steele.
Thank you. Thanks, you guys. Bye.
Thank you,
Bye.
commissioners. Thank you, John. Thank you, Leila.
All right, you guys just missed tax evasion, which turned out to be more fun than I expected.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, we are on to item 16, and we have to change hats from the county commissioners to the San Miguel County Housing Authority. So we'll do that now. And the first item is 16A, which is an update on the deed restriction reversion process with Nancy Willis. This will take about 10 minutes, but it might be education. Yeah. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Just give me a quick second. I'm gonna share my screen.
Good to go.
Okay. Okay, just to give you a little update on what we've gotten through so far. It's been moving right along. We had, as you know, we had 206 properties reviewed for the deed restriction reversion. And of those, it was closed, it's been closed. So just for the public to know. Out of those, we had 80 formal responses, which was 39%. We did have 163 inquiries, formal queries, people calling and emailing, asking questions about that. And at the end of it all, we had 34 total reversions processed. We have one more set to be reviewed, and so they haven't all been sent out yet. But ultimately, so that was 16.5% of the 206 properties chose to do the reversion. You can see here are some of my statistics. Within the 3 years, we had 57% people responded, and 52% chose the reversion, and 48% chose to stay. In our bucket of the outside the 3 years, we had 5% chose to do the reversion and 95% chose to stay. And then, there we go, oops. And then for the land use code covenant offer, 14% chose to move to the 2016 covenant and 86% chose to stay on the land use code. And just to give you kind of a breakdown of our numbers, we have had 293 total deed restricted properties in San Miguel County. And I just wanted to clarify that I'm including vacant land in that. And so some of those properties are zoned for duplexes or triplexes or anything that may not have a covenant yet on it. They haven't been developed yet. So ultimately that number with the covenants could be more. And that is not including the ADU count. And so prior to the reversion, we had 94 land use codes. After the reversion, 86. And then prior to the reversion, 112 covenants. And then that changed to 120. And as you can see, I have the breakdown. San Bernardo looked like it didn't move at all, but we did have one land use code to the covenant and then a covenant to the land use code. So they kind of just washed each other out on that one. And I guess ultimately, one of the questions you may have is how many reverted from the 2023 covenant, and we had 17%. Or 70% of the people reverted from that covenant.
To the 2016.
Or the land use code, depending on what, that was within the 3 years option.
Right.
So, you have any questions?
Numbers speak for themselves, Nancy, and I really appreciate you pulling them together and presenting them so clearly. Sounds like you've got one more reversion to process and then this project is done?
Yes, yes. So once we get that last set, reviewed and sent out, about 30 days from that, we'll be completely done.
Incredible.
Well done. That was a very heavy lift. Would you share this data with us? I'd like to just take some little bit more time to review it.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, if you could email a memo, that'd be great.
Sure. Well, good. Happy to see that this went through all the process. It's been a good exercise, I think.
We're still gonna have that party we talked about. You tell me when they're all signed.
I'm all down with that. That would be great.
The deadline is for them to all be signed. There's just that, or however many more. And then we'll schedule a party in my house.
That sounds grand. I'd love that.
We'll be swinging from the chandeliers.
Great. Well, thank you.
Thank you. All right. We are on item 16D, which is a consideration of a request by Medora W. Wilmore and Chadwick E. Morris for an exception to the San Miguel County Land Use Code in sections 5-5-1305B, Roman numeral 7, definition of an employee. Pam Schifrin, the director of SMRHA, is here, as are the applicants. Exception requesters. I'm not sure what the right term is. We'll open with Pam and have her kind of set the stage for us. We'll have commissioner questions. We'll then have you all fill in any gaps or add additional color and go back to questions, and then we'll bring it back to the board and try to come up with an answer.
Let me interject.
Yes, please.
Wes, I think we've met before. I'm Ann Brown. I'm the chair of the advisory council at the Tyrone Mountain School and have a really long history with the school. Emotional as well as everything else. And I don't think that I can make an unbiased decision here, so I'm gonna recuse myself from conversation. Sorry.
Commissioner, that's understandable, and I appreciate your candor. Elena and I will carry on.
Is this the last item on the agenda?
It is.
Okay, I will, just someone ping me when you're done or come back and clean out my stuff, but thank you.
If you want to grab everything out, be free.
That's
to.
okay. I got something to do. That's okay.
Mighty fine.
Thanks.
All right, Pam Schifrin, you want to set the stage and give us the background?
Yes, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Yes, so Ms. Wilmore and Mr. Morris have applied to purchase 15 Beeslack Lane, which was until recently on the covenant and has reverted now to the land use code per its option to do so. Under that new land use code, the qualification of employee, which is defining the definition here as a person who earned their living primarily in the R1 school district by having worked 30 hours per week for at least 8 months of the past year. They have moved here recently, so therefore do not qualify under that definition. So they have submitted, as you can see, an exception to that qualification of employee under that new land use code that the property is now under. This is a recent qualification standard that SMRHA has had to now review because up until this past year, the covenant was what qualified people since the covenant was established. So this is the first one that we are qualifying under since that first covenant was drafted and under the Evan. So I've given you the qualification, the definition, and the analysis. We don't have an opinion because, like I said, I don't have any historical records of this since then. I did my best to look back on what that is, but they're so old and there's no data that I could find on that.
I think you were wise to go take a look, but honestly, Pam, that's above your pay grade, and that's why Kalina and I get to do this, is because we're making an exception.
Yeah.
To the existing rules, and if we didn't have this exception process, then it would be really cut and dry. So we're now here to talk about gray areas and to try to come up with something that feels fair and right, and off we go. Galina, do you have any questions for Pam?
No, not yet.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a sidebar, but I suspect since you're purchasing a property that was under the covenant and is now under the land use code, that you've probably been following the process that the county's been going through to kind of recreate a system that needed to be renovated. So you're as expert as we are in some ways. Great. I'm not sure which of you would care to speak, or both, or how do you want to approach this?
I think we can both speak and
Okay.
answer questions.
Control allow me to today.
Thank you for taking time and letting us come and state our case. And we are, as Pam suggested, new to Telluride. We moved here in August of 2025. I left a job as an administrator in a school in Asheville, North Carolina after 17 years. And Chad left a job working at my bicycle manufacturing company after 10 years. We are very committed, loyal humans who roll up our sleeves and work hard. And it wasn't a decision that we took lightly to make a move here. After 17 years in Asheville, we obviously had roots there, and we had intention of moving here and putting roots down. Fortunately, my head of school at Telluride Mountain School was able to find us some housing, but we did not know that we had housing until a week before we arrived. But we still took the leap of faith, and we are here. We are enthusiastic about being part of this community. We are connecting through volunteerism, connecting through enjoying such things as the lip sync. You know, we've been trying to engage in the community events. We're outdoor enthusiasts, and we wake up every morning in awe of this place that we live. And this opportunity to purchase a house that is within a budgetary constraint that we can handle feels like it would keep us here. And I am excited to see Telluride Mountain School through its next chapter. As you all are probably aware, a lot of changes are happening at that school. And as a long-term educator and administrator of independent schools, I am just excited to roll up my sleeves and work to support it as it goes through a change in head of school. We are changing our programming from PK to 12 to PK to 8, which is my specialty. And we are hopefully working with local organizations to increase accessibility to a nonprofit private school, which I think is important for every region to have. And so my work here feels like it's just starting, and we feel really committed to seeing this next chapter through. And in order for us to do that, we feel like we want to have stable housing. And so we're hoping that perhaps you all could consider an exception given our emotional appeal, but also we both have full-time jobs and don't intend to not have full-time jobs here. So we will be giving back to the community in that way as well.
I think you covered it. Thank you, Wes. Commissioner Gleason, do you have any questions or follow-up information you would like?
No, I mean, your petition really, kind of laid out the timeline really well, and your very obvious commitment to being community members here. Anyway, I have no doubt about that. And really what we're looking at today, what Ms. Schifrin, what Pam stated, is this is the first petition kind of going against this new covenant and kind of
uncharted territory in a way, right? And yeah, one of the standards under the exception procedure is absolutely trying to foster a stable resident population. This covenant is intended to help preserve a stable resident population, strong sense of community and socioeconomic mix to the Telluride region by ensuring a sufficient supply of housing. And I mean, what I have read and heard, I do not know either of you haven't had that opportunity, although I think we did meet briefly at the mountain school when I was there with the snow plows, but I appreciate your involvement in the community since the day you've been here. That's quite evident. But yes, moving forward here, with your historic tenure here, Commissioner Waring, and navigating these exceptions under the land use code, I would appreciate some level of guidance here.
All right, I'll try. What Galina's saying is that I've been in this for 7 years and I've seen more of this movie than she has. The good news is that Galina's really bright and she asks the right questions. What we're talking about is 2 months, if I understand it correctly. You've been here for 6, and by the letter of the documents, you're supposed to be here for 8. I guess my first question is there any way to go under contract to purchase this house, but not close until after 8 months have elapsed? Because that would save everybody a lot of consternation.
That's creative thinking. I don't have that answer. I do know the sellers are pretty motivated.
I think that signing a contract with a closing date set, but not set for tomorrow, would satisfy the seller's end of things, and would also satisfy our need to not try to create an exception based on, as you said, emotion, which is a very slippery slope. And I've sat through a few of these where we've had families that have participated in the community in many excellent ways, and they've brought their children, and there's been tears and weeping, and it was really hard. And at the end of the day, I had to stand back from that and decide that they didn't qualify. So I'm looking for, as you said, a creative way that doesn't put me in that position where I have to start making judgments based on personality and kindness and intent, and can make judgments based on the rules as they stand. That would be my first choice, as opposed to making a decision today, is to urge you to go back to the seller and see if you can craft an agreement that works for both of you and allows us to not have to come back and meet again, because I'm uncertain personally if I'd be able to make a decision the way that you'd like me to. And if we can figure out another way to get to the same place, if I want you to be here, I'd much prefer that.
I hear that, and I do know that the sellers are waiting to hear from today to determine whether or not they want to move forward with us as potential buyers. So I know that a timeline is important to them. And I have, of course, haven't been communicating with them, but.
Yeah, it's kind of buffered by brokers. And
correct.
I understand that time may not be, I'm guessing at what the seller's motivation is, and I think it is certainty. If I'm guessing wrong, and that there is some pressing reason why time is of the essence for them, and we need to expedite, this board meets weekly on Wednesdays. Traditionally, we do a work session where we don't make decisions, and then a regular meeting where we do. And that's an easy cadence for us to maintain, but if we need to make one of those work sessions a special meeting, we can then make decisions. So I think what I'm offering you is my commitment as the chair to include you in an upcoming meeting again if we need to, But I would ask for your making the first step with the seller and seeing if we can just work this out clean and simple. Sure.
So could you lay out a potential timeline for, I guess I signed my contract in July. We moved here in August. So you are looking for 8 months plus 1,000 hours, or 8 months and, or 1,000 hours?
Okay.
The statement is average of 30 hours per week for 8 months, at least 8 months. So it's not a total, it's 30 hours per week on average for 8 months.
And I think
Because I know I'm very close to the 1,000-hour mark.
knowing that you're a school teacher and that your work cadence does include summers off.
I'm 12 months as an administrator.
Okay, you're in all- got it, excuse me. With that, how, Pam, how would you answer that question directly? Is it 8 months spot on? Is that the way that we have to look at this?
Or at least 8 months within the past year.
Maura, you agree with Pam's interpretation of that fairly clear language?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so that's the date that we need to calculate, and it's starting from arrival in San Miguel
Just
County?
starting from when they work
From employment.
in the, yeah.
Okay, so I think that's the answer to your question, West, is from the first day of your employment plus 8 months and a day, and 30 seconds. And if your seller is able to work with that and you're able to come to agreement, then problem solved. If for some reason your seller is not able to agree to that, then I would contact Carmen, and she and I agendize. I can get you her email, I can give you mine as well, and we can work swiftly to put you back on the agenda and wrestle with this some more than else. But as I said earlier, I'm pretty good about it. Does that seem the way to step forward, Commissioner?
It does, and I defer to you because I know you sat in there's and there's no, yeah. Navigating these waters for much longer than I do hope that that could be a solution works. And that the seller understands this complicated situation and can willing to work with you.
Okay, I think you got a no for today, but a willingness to revisit if you must.
Commissioner?
Yes.
If we may.
Yeah, we were gonna suggest if the applicants would voluntarily table their application, that gives us the same vehicle to revisit the conversation.
Thank you.
So you wouldn't be saying a no today, you would say we're going to table it
It's a
until we hear back.
procedural nuance, but it allows us to reopen this at any time. And so I think that's preferable, and I appreciate the suggestion.
Yeah, and I think the language around it's not a no today, but table it does matter.
Thank you for that.
I mean, I would envision that if this is fruitful for you, you simply send us a letter or a quick email that says we're withdrawing our application for an exemption. And hopefully that's.
I don't
the-
even know if I would say that. I would say we'd like to table it for now, just in case they do need to come back in a week or 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So I think the motion would be to table this and to see what transpires.
Okay, I just want to get clear.
Yeah.
Just before we walk out of the room, we are tabling this for today. Our application will remain on file until we get clarity from the sellers. I will contact once I have clarity from the sellers. Who? I'm gonna give you a card. Okay.
Carmen is the clerk to the board, and she and I work together to set the agendas with the county managers, so she's the main point of contact. Gotcha.
And the most ideal situation for everyone involved would be that closing date would be pushed back until whatever the particular.
And might be helpful to get clarity on that date right now, but if you, right?
You began work in August, is that right?
I would have to,
We're gonna-
we moved here in August. I
But I have to just, I
It
have
just
to
would
look
have
at
to
my
be
contract.
what, at whatever point you would have worked an average of 30 hours per week for 8 months.
Okay,
So
great, that makes sense.
that would be the calculation.
Okay,
So we may not do the math in this room, but you know where to put the inputs. Gotcha. All right, and then double check.
yeah.
Okay. Great, I think we have a path forward. I do want a motion from Galena to table, please.
Yes, I move to table the request by Medora W. Wilmore and Chadwick E. Morris for an exception to the San Miguel County Land Use Code Sections 5-51305B, 7 definition of employee.
Second? Further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. Motion carries. Thank you all very much for your time today. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
And then commissioners, we're going to circle back to item 13, I believe it was, which is attorney matters. Nora Fahey had given me the high sign that she doesn't have anything to report or much to report. I wasn't quite clear.
No, nothing to report.
All right, that takes care of attorney matters, and that moves us to adjournment.
I move to adjourn.
A second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion to adjourn is unanimous at 1:42 p.m. Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Have a great afternoon.
Stop. Sorry.